Started, then we'll do the pledge.
We're live.
Okay, great. Congratulations.
To the republic which stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice.
Great, thank you. The time is 5:34. It's January 12th, 2026, and this is a regular meeting of the Board of Trustees. I call this meeting to order. Roll call, please.
Trustee Halverson.
Here.
Trustee Wakefield.
Here.
Trustee Schnittker.
Here.
Trustee Gardner.
Here.
Trustee George.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Harper.
Here.
Mayor Cranker.
Here. Great. Do we have any staff or board revisions to the agenda? I will go first and add one. The board has it printed in front of them, but Lucy and I have been working on a letter of support from the town for a grant opportunity we're trying to pursue with the SCORE. And I think it stands for the Southwest Colorado Conservation and Outdoor
Conservation Roundtable.
Thank you. Roundtable. So basically what they're doing is they're putting together kind of a group of priority projects for the region for outdoor recreation and conservation. And then they're submitting that to Colorado Parks and Wildlife later this year. And we thought this would be a great fit for the Animas River Corridor project and some of the pieces that would not necessarily be fully funded under the NRD proposal. So I will talk more about this letter later, but I just want to note that we're adding it to the consent agenda unless the trustees. And I can talk about it more in the consent agenda.
Okay.
Any other board or staff the agenda?
Just had a couple of questions.
Great.
On the invoices, we had a bill to Four Rivers Equipment.
You're talking about in the consent agenda for payroll or invoices? Yeah. Okay, let's get to that in just a second for the consent agenda. Do we? Yeah, we can answer it.
I mean, we would have to.
And there was another one for outdoor environments for 50,000.
So that, I can answer that one. That was for
The gravel?
gravel.
Okay.
Four Rivers, I would have to look up. It might have been,
That new canoe?
It's equipment.
yeah,
Okay.
Or do you
Okay.
just checks over there? Do you have? any-
Yeah, it's just checks. I think that one was components for heavy equipment.
Yeah, parts.
It's parts for,
And
yeah.
Okay. Thank
Thanks,
you.
Ron. Others? Good, thank you. Any other revisions to the agenda? Okay. All right, moving on to public comment. We'll take in-person public comment first. If you have a public comment related to the public hearing later, I encourage you to save your comment for then, so it's a part of the record. But if you have a public comment on anything in our agenda or anything in general, please come to the podium and you'll have 3 minutes. And if you're on Zoom and you'd like to make a public comment, please click the raise hand button and we'll promote you to panelist. Do we have in-person public comment?
Jordan Bierma, 735 West Fifth Street. I just wanted to make a public comment regarding the land use code, specific about the Anvil Development Code. I just felt like what's in the packet kind of minimized the overlap that's going on there and the trickiness that's happening. Because it also left out the fact that there's the use covenants and the restrictive deeds that also coincide with the land use development code and the land use code. So we have 3 things overlapping. My concern for both the town and the neighborhood is that when we make amendments to the Anvil Development Code to build town constructed buildings that then don't abide by the use covenants and the restrictive deeds, it could create liability there for the town and the neighborhood, but to potentially lose some of that. Well, lose the affordable housing and the restrictive covenants, use covenants that are what are legally on. Those units to be affordable. Just want to make sure we can preserve those for the future, just be a huge advocate of affordable housing. And just also use this public comment as a reminder of Gloria and Lucy in August. Plan to have a meeting with the residents of Anvil neighborhood, and I'd love to still see that happen. I know that's been a lot of change happening in the town hall since then.
Thank you.
thanks.
We have other, it's a very loud buzzer, I'm sorry. Do we have any other in-person public comment? Okay, we'll move to Zoom. If you have public comment on Zoom, we'll promote you to panelist.
Am I in the meeting?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Very good. I'm sorry, I didn't quite see anything come back. Now that I see that we're certified local government, I want to remind you that any building that you designate will cost more, they'll have higher insurance costs because if the building burns down, they have to replace it exactly as it was. And I want to remind you that a lot of citizens in their homes especially are not going to be expecting this. And I wish there was an opt-out clause, but I don't think you have any intention of letting anybody opt out. So keep in mind that this is raising prices of those buildings, and on residential, it's certainly not affordable. Thank you.
Thank you. We have other public comment on Zoom. Again, if you would like to make a public comment on Zoom, you can click the raise hand button. Promote you to panelist. All right, seeing none, we'll close public comment. And we'll move on to the consent agenda. So again, do we have any other questions or comments on any of the invoicing? Ron, thanks for bringing those two large charges up.
I realized the agenda, I don't know if this matters. It has December 22nd on above all sections. As a note, it is not December 22nd. Right?
Where?
I thought I was crazy.
Oh, all the little like
Three
section headers.
22nd,
And the cover page.
January 12th, I don't think it's a big deal. I just want to note it.
In the packet?
Uh-huh.
Oh,
Okay. Noted for the record.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Noted for the record. I just, again, call out two things. So if anybody has any more questions on the score letter, feel free to reach out to me, or Lucy. We were able to actually get really great support from the Region 9 grant writer. Lucy and I felt like with the holidays, it wasn't in our capacity to work on this application, but I reached out to Tiffany, with Region 9. We haven't asked her for a lot of grant support in the past, so I was really hoping she would help us out. She had a day to work on it. It's a pretty straightforward application, but I just really wanted to give a lot of gratitude to Region 9 and the support they provide in a variety of ways. So that was really helpful, and we'll be submitting it later this month. And again, it's a request to be considered as one of the SCORE stakeholders priority projects. So it's not necessarily a grant submittal yet, but the SCORE is putting together all the regional priorities for conservation and recreation, and then they'll submit that to Florida Parks and Wildlife. You'll also note in there that there's a letter of support from the town. This was a request that came from Shaq Powers from Region 9. So it's a little wonky, but details in this is basically our representatives have been asking the administration in Washington to make sure that we get released kind of half of this funding for broadband that was sort of promised, but now there's concerns that it might not be released. And so that's what that letter is about. If you're interested more in the nitty gritty, I have a really long detailed letter from Shaq to the Region 9 board. So if you want more information on it, feel free to email me and I can pass it along, or I can pass it on to Melina and she can share it with the board. But basically, Colorado got 400 million for broadband extension, reliability, et cetera. And there's another potential 400 million available. The really great news is of that 400 million, Region 9 was able to secure 100 million of that for our region. So Region 9 under Shaq's leadership is really trying to make sure we have reliable broadband around here and working on the middle mile issues and things like we had before where one backhoe can take out internet for the whole. So that's why that letter's in there. Again, if you want more information, let me know. And Shaq is a really great advocate for communities like us.
Internet and cell.
And so, yes. Any questions on either of those letters? I can answer. Okay, any other questions on the consent agenda? All right, I'd entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda.
So moved.
I don't know, Ron or Lindsay. Pick whoever, Melina. All right, roll call, please.
Trustee Harrison?
Yes.
Trustee Wakefield?
Yes.
Trustee Schnitger?
Yes.
Trustee Gardner?
Yes.
Trustee George?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Harper?
Yes.
Mayor Cranker?
Yes, great, thanks. Moving on to agenda item 5, staff reports. Anything staff wanted to particularly highlight or anything the board had questions?
I wanted to call out, in the staff reports is a letter from the Department of the Interior letting us know that the State Historic Preservation Office and the National Park Service has officially designated the town of Silverton as a certified local government. And for anyone that doesn't know, this is a national preservation program that communities can qualify for by maintaining standards that are consistent with the National Historic Preservation Act and the Secretary of the Interior standards for historic preservation. And one of the main benefits of this program is that it opens up great funding opportunities for the town, including CLG grants that do not require a local match, and also opens up funding tools for property owners in town, including state and federal historic tax credits and grants through the National Park Service. And so if you want more information on the CLG program, please feel free to reach out to me, or you can read about it in this week's Silverton Standard. Yeah, any questions on the CLG program?
Congratulations.
Thank you. Congratulations to everyone.
In a long time. I did have a question so we could clarify from public comment earlier. This also can relate to individual buildings or properties being listed on the National Register, right? And that is always still an optional thing. No property owner is having that done without their consent.
Yes, so this designation has not changed the status of any buildings in town. Through this process to qualify to be a CLG, we did create a local register of historic structures in town. But so far there are 0 structures on that registry, and you need to apply for that designation. And even if someone does apply for their structure to be on our local register, it does not automatically put them on the state or the federal register of historic places or historic structures.
Great, thanks. And can property owners qualify for some of the funding without being on the local register or the state or federal register? They need to be on the register to qualify for the funding.
They need to qualify to be on the register, so they need to meet certain criteria.
Thank you.
Does this new ruling negate the 1976 designation for the entire town being a historic landmark designation, or do we need to apply?
Do we still have the designation of a historic landmark district?
Yeah.
Yes, we do still have that designation.
Other questions on the CLG letter? Yes. Thank you. Thanks for calling that out, Lucy. Other questions, comments on staff reports? A lot going on. I want to give a shout out for staff for keeping the ships moving, the trains running. There's a lot going on. As you can tell, we're checking things off the list even without a student leader. So really appreciate all of it coming through. Melina, thank you for just kind of keeping everything in line. Yeah, so thanks, staff. Okay, moving on to presentations and proclamations. First up, we have Helios with EV charging stations.
That the location is still to be determined. So I have a late meeting later this week with the state for the Blair Street and getting that kicked off hopefully by the end of the month with engaging stakeholders. But that's why I wanted everything in there to be determined, because I don't want to set nothing in stone until we're ready to set it in stone. So and still waiting on Daniel. In fact, Daniel's here, make sure those charging stations look like a hitching post. So I'm still going to that to him. Anyway, this is just, to continue to move forward with the EV charging station contract and everything.
Yeah, any board comments? Speak now or forever hold your peace. We're gonna keep going with this. Great. And is there anything, I mean, John, at some point we'll need to make a determination of where these are going,
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that will hopefully next month or two with meeting with the street group and finalizing some of their concepts.
Yeah.
Their asks and their wants.
Yeah.
And then looking at that and seeing if we could make all this
Yeah.
happen.
Yeah.
And then that would be also a determining thing too, because we do have a secondary site, which is right on the corner of here.
Yeah.
Which I think would, there's some very positives to that as far as electricity is a lot closer, really close. And I think we could carve out the 4 parking spots, charging stations, and it still gets people into town.
Yeah.
That's the biggest thing that I'm
Mhm.
moving forward with.
Yeah, sounds good. Great. So you'll be talking with Blair Street folks. And this is, it tied into conversations about the Blair Street sidewalk project as well.
Yeah, yeah.
This will be no cost to us at all.
Yeah. And in fact, if this site out here, in reality for Helios, correct me if I'm wrong, Daniel, is a much cheaper option also. To get it installed earlier, faster, up and running, the whole 9 yards.
When does because we have the grant will run out at some point, right? We're kind of reaching a point where.
Yeah, and I'm gonna let Daniel, he's here, he can kind of.
Thanks for coming.
Yeah. A bit more.
You bet. Yeah, great question. So so we've been actually working on this, I think it was like a little over 2 years ago that Lucy and I first met in the falls. So we need to get this in by hopefully this summer, right? That is the goal. And so if we did it right out here, which is actually like the original proposal, we've already verified with SMPA that there's a pole with 3-phase power, so they could drop a transformer, and it would actually move really quickly. I think one of the concerns about Anisi is that because of the Blair Street work, we don't know when that's actually going to get when it's going to get approved. So this would definitely be the fastest. That would also require some hydraulic excavating down the alley just to make sure we don't break anything, or, sever fiber or anything else. And so this would be just the most straightforward and the easiest and the fastest to try to get these online as quickly as possible. And I did check, we can send around some concepts, we can get these things wrapped. If you really did want to make them look like hitching posts, there's mining equipment. Yeah, we can be creative and have fun with it. They don't have to be stark and boring.
Great. Well, I think leaving you two to figure that out, and again, maybe moving to town hall has pros too. Just keep coming before us for whatever you need and whatever decision making you need so that we can keep this moving.
Yeah, I think the big thing is just really deciding on the location, because we do have to get CDOT approval because it's a federally funded project, and that does take time. So our goal would be try to really identify the spot as quickly as possible, work through permitting and everything. So as soon as the ground thaws, although right now it's probably thawed, ideally it's going to get cold and see the snow.
Yeah.
But once things thaw, we can.
Yeah. So John, you'll be working on kind of making that coming back to us with a recommendation.
And me and Daniel will start putting our nose to the grindstone and get a location hammered out.
Great.
Pretty soon and get back to you. I don't know about the next board meeting, but certainly first one.
Early February.
So.
Okay, great. Sounds good.
If CDOT has to approve the locations, that can they deny the grant funding if they don't like the location, or is it just sort of like a process?
It's NEPA environmental clearance. So it's already CDOT administers the federal funds that have been awarded for this project. So that's not an issue. They just have to do their environmental thing, whatever.
Yeah.
That is with the design.
Okay.
Great. Does making a decision by early February feel,
That should give us plenty of time.
okay, perfect. Okay, thank you.
Very much.
Or other questions? Okay, moving on to, let's see, were we modifying the agenda to have San Juan Development present, or we're just hearing from Silverton Housing Authority?
We're just hearing.
Okay, great, thank you. I all of a sudden got confused. All right, Silverton Housing Authority Annual Report. Kick it over to you, Anne.
Great. Here, everybody. Under the Colorado Revised Statutes, the Housing Authority is required to present our annual report to the town board. Seeing that our board is the same between the town and the Housing Authority, this is more of a presentation to the community about our year. I'll begin with a brief overview of the Silverton Housing Authority, followed by a snapshot of our work in 2025, and then I'll cover our budget and funding, provide an update on development progress, and then close our key impact metrics showing what this work has accomplished. For many people in Silverton, finding a safe, affordable place to go through public meetings, surveys, and the master plan, we consistently heard that housing is still some challenges. In response, we established the Housing Authority in 2023 to build our local capacity to address these challenges. And so our role is to support, plan, and provide affordable housing for folks who live and work in Silverton. Our mission and vision reflect what I just said. Our board, like I said earlier, is our town board. I am the sole staff of the Housing Authority. I'm a shared position between the town and the Housing Authority. And I also wanted to take a moment to recognize former town administrator Gloria Cashberger for her vision and leadership in founding the Housing Authority. This organization has transformed a community need into, a lasting organization and effort. And so her legacy continues to shape Silverton's housing future. 2025 was our second operational year, and we transitioned from a planning phase into an implementation phase. We started this year with a work plan that established our organizational values and our focus areas. We clarified our organizational values to guide our decisions and our partnerships, and how we serve the community. And at the center of everything that we do is our community, making sure that our work meets the needs of Silverton. And we focused on 3 areas for our tasks and projects. Number 1 is find funding to make projects possible. And then we need to actually physically build housing and find housing solutions to meet our needs, and then engaging the community so that our work is grounded in local voices and issues. So finding funding, as a small community with limited resources, we heavily rely on grants, programs, and development. Expanding our funding sources helps us stay sustainable and continue meeting our community's needs. As you see in this graph, we are currently 98% grant funded, 2% from the town of Silverton. The Housing Authority did generate some revenue in 2025. It was a total of $125. And that was from our application fees. Since the town of Silverton is a statutory town, we are limited in what we are legally allowed to do as far as taxes and fees to create a dedicated funding source for the Housing Authority, just for affordable housing initiative in general. like other Colorado communities have done. So this remains one of our most pressing challenges. However, we did have a very successful year in finding funding, with over $1.1 million in grant funding awarded. We had a 100% success rate in our grant award rate. And 666,000 came from state funding, specifically Proposition 123, both for administrative capacity and for our Anvil Townhomes development. And then 450,000 came from a private foundation, the Colorado Health Foundation, specifically for the Anvil Townhomes development. Our budget increased 1,125% between 2024 and 2025. This really reflects changing from the planning phase of 2024 to implementation. So the majority of this increase is from the Anvil Townhomes project. So in the town budget, you'll see that there's two different funds. That's the Anvil Townhomes Fund and the Silverton Housing Authority Fund. We created a separate entity and fund for the project to assume all the legal risk and financial risk. But we manage that entity. And so this is our budget of a little over 4 million in 2025. Our second organizational focus area was to house people. So we focused on physically building homes for folks this year. Our priority development was the Anvil Townhomes. This is 9 new homeownership units available to income qualified buyers. And we've been focusing on homeownership programs because this is where the funding is. Small scale affordable rentals are notoriously difficult to fund. I was actually interviewed by the Colorado Housing and Finance Authority podcast on this issue. Like, it's so hard to fund small scale. Investors are looking for really big investments so that they actually get tax credits. So investing in 12 units doesn't make sense. But what we're seeing is that when we're building homeownership units, people are moving out of their rentals. We're increasing the housing stock. But in the future, I would like for our organization to find ways to be involved in the rental market. This year, we recorded our first affordability covenants to a property. We have 9 more coming up next week, or this week, sorry. We held 2 official waitlist drawings. So these are how we sell homes. We manage the demand for that. We adopted 2 homeownership programs so that, you know, these homes are used and sold in ways that are clear and transparent for the community. And yeah, we broke ground on some projects. We have 4 buyers under contract or almost under contract, which leaves 5 homes available in 2026, which is very exciting. We will host a open house at some point soon once it's safe for folks to go through them. Rolling applications open today, so there's not going to be another wait list. It'll be first come, first served. We have 2 different income tiers, but 3 different housing types based on unit size and sale price. Ongoing project development status. We own 2 other properties in Anvil Mountain Subdivision. We own the Boxcar site and the Zanoni Park. Boxcar site, some environmental remediation action plans are underway. Site engineering is underway. But overall, both of these are kind of on hold as we manage staff capacity and financial capacity for the Anvil Townhomes. The next steps will be getting the community involved, envisioning what these sites can be, and then putting together project teams and funding applications. If you want to stay in the loop on these different projects, I would suggest checking out our website and our newsletter. A third focus area was engaging community. So we partnered with Homes Fund, which is a nonprofit in Chicago, to host 2 homebuyer education classes. We tried to have one in person in Spanish, but we didn't get quite enough attendees, but we will try again in 2026. And then we really wanted to share the success stories of the Silverton Housing Authority to make sure people knew that who we are, what we're doing. And we did 25 newsletters, a 40% increase in subscribers. We created social media accounts on the front page of the Durango Herald. And like I said earlier, the best way to stay in the loop is to either attend our meetings or subscribe to our newsletter. In 2023, the town of Silverton opted into Proposition 123, which is a city initiative, which created a statewide affordable housing fund. And in order to access those funds, we needed to commit to increasing our affordable housing supply by 10% in 3 years. We are officially the first jurisdiction in the state of Colorado to achieve this goal, and we're 1 year ahead of that goal. Very exciting. This graph is correct here at 10. I was a little ambitious. I thought we had one more that qualified, but we hit our goal of 10. So this really shows the value of our state funds because it paid for my position, it paid for the gap in the Anvil townhomes. San Juan Development Association got a grant that covered unit, and then Homes Fund provided down payment assistance to a unit that didn't even enter our sphere of work, and that unit qualified. So, but all of that was Proposition 123 money. The governor knows this. He's press release. It's very exciting. So I'm really proud of that. And it reflects our commitment to, actually making a difference. And then in 2025, like I said earlier, we created 2 homeownership programs. We've officially sold 1 home. We have 4 under contract and we have 5 available. That is pretty good for 1 year. Looking into next year, even though the calendar year of 2025 ended, we're kind of in the middle of a bunch of things. And that includes both policy initiatives and development initiatives. Lucy's going to talk to you a little bit about some amendments to qualify as an ADU jurisdiction. That'll allow us to apply for an ADU grant through the state. We can use our funds from CHAFA as a match, and that will help us create our technical guide with pre-approved ADU plans to incentivize the private market to build more housing units specifically for affordable housing. And then there's other ways that we can partner with the private market to incentivize affordable housing, like special limited partnerships. That could be a funding mechanism for the housing authority as well. Just continuing progress on our projects, potentially exploring acquisition opportunities to preserve naturally occurring affordable housing and or conversion to affordable. And then really the theme of 2026 will be finding funding for next year. Funding for this position expires probably 3 months or so into 2027. So figuring out what we're gonna do is what we're gonna do this year. We would not be here today celebrating all of this without our partners. Our progress has been made possible thanks to the support, collaboration, and trust of our partners, and to our contractors who have put in a lot of work this year. Thank you for supporting the Silverton Housing Authority. Together we're building safe and homes. Please stay in the loop by subscribing to our newsletter and joining meetings. I'm really proud of everything that we accomplished this year. I'm energized to continue this momentum into 2026. That is all I have for you. Sorry, that was rapid fire, but I'll know all of this. But again, I hope the community takes something away from this. 2025 was a big year for us and our community. So thank you.
Comments, yeah, on the board. Great. This was a huge lift, and even your annual report is just beautiful, concise, well-written, highlights everything you need to know. And I just think you said it so well that we are small but mighty, like the Silverton Housing Authority is true Silverton style. And I appreciate the inclusive acknowledgement of Gloria, because without her vision, the board's enthusiasm, the previous iteration of this board and this board, we really couldn't have made it happen. And there's been so much time invested in really coming alongside this, and your leadership has been huge. I would really challenge the board that we really prioritize funding, and Anne doesn't have a performance review. She wasn't considered in the compensation study. So I think we might need to reevaluate that, considering just all of the great success and performance that we've seen from the Housing Authority as well. So challenge the board on those points for thinking about budget for next year. And I mean, thinking of Jim and me back in Glenwood Springs, and we're like thinking about how we're gonna all make this happen. We had a great group back then, and it seems so daunting. And here we are with like actual units that people are going to be living in. I feel, really proud.
In a relatively short amount of time.
Yeah,
How impressive.
it's been a sprint.
A sprint during a marathon.
Yeah.
Uphill.
Yeah. Great. Thank you all.
Thanks, Anne. All right, moving on to business item 7A. This is a public hearing. This is going to be second reading of ordinance 2025-14, an ordinance of the town of Silverton amending chapter 15, article 8, section 15-8-10, review and decision-making bodies of the Silverton Municipal Code regarding the appointment and removal of historic preservation committee members. Again, this will be a public hearing. This is the second reading. So we will have staff presentation. We'll take public comment if there is any, and then we'll have trustee discussion and deliberation for the second hearing. So Clayton, I'll pass it over to you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, board members, trustees. I've gone over the overview for this during first reading. Nothing has changed. This is the second reading of the ordinance amending the language to section 15-8-10 for the removal of committee members. We've discussed in detail reasons, etc., behind this particular ordinance. It is a second reading and this is a public hearing, but pending your questions, I have no changes to make to the overview.
Thanks, Clayton. We'll now open it up for public comment. Do we have any in-person public comment on this second reading of ordinance 2025-14? All right, we don't have any in-person public comment. Do we have any public comment on Zoom? If you would like to make a public comment, please click the raise hand button and we'll promote you to panelist. Again, this is regarding the second reading of ordinance 2025-14. All right, seeing none, we'll close public comment. Any trustee questions or discussion for this second reading?
I do have a question. We're doing without cause, so you can eliminate somebody without a particular reason, correct?
From this committee, yeah.
So
That's what
why would we want to
proposed.
do that without a reason?
Clayton, do you want to take that question?
Sure. Well, there's pros and cons to, there's different perspectives to that question. I created this document and made the amendment based on direction from the staff. My understanding is that it makes more sense to have committee members that serve at the pleasure of the elected board. The committee members that are not elected are appointed by the board, which are elected by the people. And what happens with a committee member that gets the same due process as a board member is it creates unnecessary hardship for the town in the event that they do have to go through a for cause removal. Whereas as the board or as the elected officials of the town, the authority and decision-making power to appoint and remove committee members is often at the discretion of the elected officials without having to go through, a laborious due process to remove someone or wait for them to make an action that would justify a for cause removal. So what this does is it puts the power of removal of committee members, which can be which are appointed without election, to the board, which is appointed by election, and removed at the discretion of the board without due process given other officers in the town. And so I think it's the argument for this would be it's less laborious and the due process is commensurate with the position versus giving someone the same due process and I guess status as an elected official versus going through obviously a much easier process to just vote the person off or at the discretion of the board. So this is very typical in a lot of other governments wherein committee members serve at the pleasure of the elected officials, and it's drafted to reflect that more common approach. I can go through what I believe is the other side of the argument, but I think that answers your question.
Okay, thanks. I'm not pleased with that part of it. You can manipulate your committee to get the group to think you want the way you want them to think. It would make a clique almost, a group. And I think you should not eliminate someone without just cause.
What, wouldn't we be the body though?
What's that?
We're the body.
We're the body.
Making that.
Body, you're making the decision. So you decide you don't like somebody, you just oust them.
Well, but
Without a
there's
reason.
7
Without a
elected
reason.
people on the board that would have to
I still don't like that part of it.
listen to it. Yeah. I think it just creates such a high bar that isn't replicated in other committees that we have. That I think it puts, I think notice that it puts undue burden on the town process, and just cause has kind of very specific process that we would need to go through. And so I think there's still protections because there's a 7-body elected board that would still say, hey, based on this staff recommendation or this thing that happened, like this board of 7 people would still be making that determination with whatever kind of evidence or argument.
You may not have to have one.
Well, I trust the members on the board. If we're gonna make a decision to vote to remove someone, typically most people on this board need a reason for doing that.
Then why do you need this clause?
I think it makes the requirement less documentation, less legal liability for unjust removal. That doesn't mean that there isn't responsibility to do it correctly, and that we would hold each other responsible to do that correctly.
I think just cause has a very specific criteria. I was looking at my notes from the last time that would make that a higher bar for the town to be able to remove someone that wasn't acting appropriately on the board.
And I think if we got to a decision-making point where like, there would be a reason why there would be a recommendation from someone, whether it's other committee members or staff, for an individual to be appointed or removed.
Well, that would fall under the other categories.
What do you mean?
If you had a reason, it would fall into the neglect of duty or inefficiency or something like that. But just to say that you want to get rid of somebody, I don't think should be in there.
Well, I disagree, Ron. I think
Well,
the
that's good.
board
We
should
need to
have the pleasure. I think having this standard be lower than like, if you were to remove a member as an elected official. Like, I think on a citizen committee, and I would look for staff recommendation or reasoning yet.
No, I was gonna, if the individual in question is abusive to staff or what have you, and there's an actual reason for this, and it has been brought to the administrator or trustees, we have now the guidelines and rails to say, okay, this is the procedure, this is the path we walk to remove this individual who doesn't work well with the rest of the team and is abusive to staff. And we can have that conversation and feel comfortable about it.
but you have a reason.
I don't,
This said without just cause. It may not rise to the level of that specific.
We don't have to walk down any South Day conversation. It's very specific criteria. It doesn't mean that there wouldn't be a reason. Just eliminating the language typically just cause, which is specifically the definition.
You guys aren't gonna convince me of that.
thanks for dissenting, Rob. Appreciate it. Any other questions or comments from the board, or Ron, did you have more on there? Questions or other comments on the board from this ordinance segment? I'd entertain a motion to approve the second reading of ordinance 2025-14, Town of Silverton, Chapter 15, Article 8, Section 15-8-10, review and decision-making bodies of the Silverton Municipal Code regarding appointment and removal of historic preservation committee members.
Someone.
Okay, roll call, please.
Trustee Halverson?
Yes.
Trustee Whitfield? Trustee Schiffern?
Yes.
Ms. Gardner?
Yes.
Trustee George?
Yes.
And Pro Tem Harper?
Yes.
Mayor Franco?
Hey, thank you. Moving on to agenda item 7B, municipal judge RFQ release. I'll pass this to Melina Clayton.
And Madam Mayor, before you go on, I just wanted to make the board aware that the sound error on the Zoom call happened.
I was just about to just texted Melina that. I didn't know if it was my service or not, but I'm.
Thanks. And Amy, feel free to wave your hand, or I'll try to get to you if you have anything.
Yeah.
Can you guys hear us any better? Or is it still garbled?
It's still gargled for me.
All right, give us.
How about now? Is that better?
That's
There you
better.
go.
Yeah.
We have a budget item for Zoom Tech. Yes. Okay. What's our timing for spending the?
We will get there.
Okay, so we can hear better now, Amy? Okay, great. All right, I'll pass it off to Melina with supports.
Yeah, so as you know, Judge Edwards is going to be leaving us at the end of the month, and so we need to get a RFQ released for a new municipal judge. This was the recommendation that I got from the clerk in Salida on how to go about this process, and then Clayton has also supported this, that we release an RFQ, and then the timeline that we're looking at, if you guys approve this tonight, we'll get this posted tomorrow. We have a proposal deadline set for February 2nd, candidate review set for the 9th at our next or first meeting in February. And then hopefully having somebody appointed by an emergency ordinance, that way we don't have to go through the process of waiting. And then we could hopefully have somebody start in that position in March to try and keep court running smoothly. And yeah, we have this draft RFQ in the packet for your review. I will note that our code is extremely vague on what qualifications we require for a judge, but I would strongly urge that we look for somebody that has law enforcement or just law experience at all. In our code, qualifications are written as the Board of Trustees may, by ordinance or resolution, establish from time to time such qualifications for the office of municipal judge as it may deem fit and proper and consistent with the procurement of a person of judicial temperance and ability. And so
Judicial temperance.
I would urge that we look for somebody that does have at least some judiciary experience. But that's really up to all of you and who we can bring to you for interview. So.
Jim.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Oh, I was gonna suggest a black robe, maybe a white wig.
Big.
I hear, not in this country. Parliament.
Okay.
Parliament.
If they show up for that for an interview, is that the criteria that you're gonna?
Show up in a gallery.
You feel like this is enough time for this to go out and for people to?
I've said it for this tight turnaround just because I want to keep municipal court running.
Yeah.
If nobody applies, then we'll modify and we'll extend the period. But I'm hoping that somebody will be interested and we can get somebody in the position sooner rather than later.
Process wise.
Hmm. Thank you.
Do we think that our current budget line item matches the qualifications we've specified, which are beyond judicial temperament?
That's a great question.
Like, we have a line item in our budget. It has been what Anthony has gotten for a long time. Now going out to RFQ. How do we know we're not wasting our time?
Right.
That is my question.
It's just one day a month.
It is 1 day a month that we are requiring this service. So it's not often that we really require any other judicial services except for, I mean, every once in a while, if there's I actually really can't think of an example.
Kind of a thankless job.
Yeah.
And if I could give some input here. I will say that I think you're going to be surprised. Well, I don't think you're going to be surprised. I think you know how strong of a community member Judge Edwards is, and I don't think you're going to find a judge that does that will do that job for the amount that's in the line item that has the qualifications that you'd want, especially with the extra requirements that have been slowly kind of moved over to the judiciary, including the liquor license and marijuana authority. I will say I was a municipal judge for a year, and I'm a municipal prosecutor for coming up on a decade now, and it might be 1 day in court, but there's a lot more that happens in the background. Even for judges that aren't preparing arguments in cases, they're writing motions, they're researching law, they're making sure they're up to date with what sort of cases are on the docket. At least they should be. They have to continue their legal education. They have to be educating themselves on constantly changing and evolving criminal law within Colorado. I think you should adjust your expectations a little bit, either with the quality of person that you're going to get to fill that position, and or make the pay a little more commensurate with the level of the position that you want.
Well, the one thing in the RFQ, we don't have a budget listed. We know what our budget is in our line item, but we can release the RFQ and see what comes back.
And we can make the RFQ a little bit simpler.
Well, either the board wants those qualifications and we're willing to pay for it, or we don't.
What does this job entail? Is it mostly parking fines?
Liquor licensing, parking tickets. Every once in a while, we'll get a speeding ticket, a disorderly conduct ticket.
Nuisance violations,
code violations. But we hold court once a month.
What?
We hold court once a month.
So Anthony was the county judge handling those cases and the town. Would it make sense to first go and talk to the newly hired county judge, or is that?
She can say that, but I can't.
I think that's probably
Whoever.
Well, I mean, they can submit a proposal, like they can submit, so.
I mean, whenever we release RFQs, the town can't preferentially recruit. Correct. Like I've had contractors approach me and say, hey, why can't we be on a special list that when there's town projects, we can bid? And I said, oh, you can go to our public website. That is where we post RFPs, and you can look in the newspaper. So we can't preferentially recruit, but it's a great idea.
I think keeping these qualifications are important. I know budgets are tight, but I think that's worth looking at versus changing the qualifications, because these seem pretty like baseline. Reasonable. Yeah.
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 Things that you might.
Yeah.
And then, oh yeah, go ahead. Two questions I have, just contingency. You mentioned Melina doing an emergency ordinance, and so just checking in that that works and makes sense. Clayton, is that an okay use of of an emergency ordinance since we're trying to keep municipal court on track? Is there anything we need to think about there in terms of that timing?
No, I think that this is a good use of a emergency ordinance. It would definitely have a direct impact on the the health, safety, and welfare of the community in real time, and going through the longer process to pass an ordinance would mean that we are without a sitting judge, which could have very detrimental second and third order effects to code enforcement, law enforcement, et cetera. So I think it's a good use of the emergency ordinance section.
Great, thank you. And then second question I have is, if this doesn't happen, if we don't get any applicants or qualified applicants or anything in this time, what are the implications for municipal court long term? Like, what is the liability to the town, or what does that mean for the town?
I'm gonna have to keep pushing court off, which is
Yeah.
not great. I'm already gonna have to push the February court.
Yeah.
And those are people that have been waiting
Yeah.
already, so.
Yeah.
And as we grow too, just keep in mind that it will be important to continue to enforce nuisance issues and code enforcement issues. That people have to see that the town does that. And so, as we go forward, it might be something that does, and I'm not saying it would, that's a Melina and board decision, but it might be something that does go to more often, like a biweekly, or have 2 days in a row, and I know we have flexible time where we could add a day to court if there was a trial, et cetera. But as the town grows, just for the board's expectation, there might be more of a requirement to expand the court as well. At least the amount of time that we're in court or trial trying to enforce our code.
Yeah. Well, any questions or comments on the RFQ? Is there general support on moving forward with this RFQ, the qualifications as presented, and the timeframe? I'm seeing nodding. Right, so let's see. Do we need to make a motion to release the RFQ or staff direction?
I had it in there as a motion, but.
Okay, yeah. Clayton, does it make more sense to do it as motion?
I think so.
Great. Anybody?
I'll make a motion to approve the release of the request for qualifications for a new town of Silverton municipal court judge.
Second.
Great, roll call, please.
Trustee Halverson?
Yes.
Trustee Wakefield?
Yes.
Yes.
Trustee Gardner?
Yes.
Trustee George?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Harper?
Yep.
Mayor Cranker?
Yes.
Great.
Thanks, Melina and Clayton, for working on that. I know that's been, man, we just got these things to fill. All right, moving on to 7C. This is a resolution 2026-01, a resolution authorizing and approving an employment contract for a town administrator. So I'll kick this off just for the community's benefit. We had hiring. Hopefully many of you were able to come and meet and greet with the candidates on December 18th. And then on Friday, we had an executive session. We had the town board that met the 3 candidates and did an interview process. We also had kind of a community leadership panel that met with the candidates. And then based on that, the town made a recommendation to our recruiter and to staff to pursue negotiations. And so that'll happen in executive session, but we wanted to use this time to have a real public discussion about kind of the candidates. So this is an opportunity for the board to kind of raise some comments about the different candidates and their decision-making process. Again, we can do that staff direction in executive session, but we want to make sure that on the record for the community, the community gets to hear our decision-making process and how we came to the recommendation to pursue negotiations with Elizabeth Stuffings. So I'll open it up for the board. to make some comments. And then if desired, we can approve the resolution for authorizing and approving the employment contract. So again, this is an opportunity on the record for the board to discuss the decision-making process for negotiations with this candidate. Clayton, did you have anything else you wanted to add there in terms of kind of how this process worked?
Nope, you said it right, Madam Mayor. Nobody has been formally hired yet. That's what you're doing here tonight. After previously directing staff to pursue negotiations, this is the negotiated proposed resolution and contract, but subject to your discussions on the candidates and the proposed candidate, Miss Elizabeth Stuffings. I'll leave you guys to it.
Thanks. Would any board members like to open up with summarizing some of the discussion, thought process, the candidates, strengths, weaknesses, how we got to where we are today?
I was thinking about opening up with mostly, I think this process was really fair and well executed. I'm really glad we hired a firm to come in and help us. One, we had a large number of applicants. The support in, setting up the community night, making sure we had folks from the community on a separate community panel to help give feedback. I thought the community panel was incredible asset to helping make the decisions because, some people are nervous in one and not in others, and we could go back and forth based on different meetings. And I thought that was just an incredible value. So one, thank you to the community panel. You were incredible for giving up a Friday before a big holiday to come and hang out with us. Other candidates.
Lindsay? I would echo that in terms of just the number of candidates we were able to choose from. We heard multiple times. So this is just a shout out to the community and a kind of confidence boost for the community that the recruiters really were very positive about the number of applicants we had, the quality of applicants we had. And when it came down to the 3 finalists, really they each could have been a great fit. And so we really were lucky, I think, as a community. Obviously, we miss Gloria in her position, but having some great applicants to choose from that each had kind of strengths and things that they could bring to the position, I think made the process easier for all of us as well, as that we were choosing from 3 really great options. I can share a couple of summary things from the recruiters that we heard. So the recruiters had feedback forms from the community input night. And I talked to community members and there were some differing perspectives, but for those who filled out the community input forms, again, it was anonymous and there were 10 forms filled out. One was just kind of generic about picking somebody, but all 9 of them were very supportive of Elizabeth Stuffings. And so I think she was very well-spoken at the community night. The people that milled around and were able to talk to her, I think were impressed with her calm demeanor, her intelligence, and her just ability to speak clearly and to kind of get her point across and also listen. And so that came out in the feedback forms that we got from the community input night. Yeah.
Yeah, I think, a lot of the experience were they had some, I think my top candidates had equivalent experience, but one of the things that I liked that she said was, while we are managing growth and changing in the town, she wanted to hopefully help also preserve part of the character, which yeah, I think that's really important for myself and also for a lot of people in town.
I think what stood out about Elizabeth and a few other comments as well, town administrator is a tough job. Like, you're not everyone's friend and be part of the community and navigate difficult relationships and conversations. And it was very clear that she has done that with multiple jobs and has done that in our region, which I think was a big benefit for having those conversations that we just really valued. I think in our
I think something that came out in the conversation with Elizabeth was her ability to kind of appreciate the small town dynamics where you're trying to work through contentious conversations or people might get upset about different things. And you're still gonna see them at their business and you're gonna walk through their door and you're still gonna buy coffee there or, see them on the street or see them in the post office. And so she really expressed an ability, I think, to navigate those tricky examples or tricky situations and relationships in a small town. And that was really reassuring for me. So her bringing kind of this calm demeanor, but also recognizing that she didn't seem to get her feathers really ruffled when she's dealing with some contentious issues. And she's worked on watershed issues and water rights, from everything from folks from Telluride and conservation-minded individuals and entities to some of the ranchers in the valley. And so I think being able to navigate really stood out to me in the interview is her ability to kind of work with groups that at first pass might have differing perspectives, but she'll might be able to kind of come around some shared values. Really was able to take an organization that had kind of a dysfunctional budget and some really relationships and really turn it around. And so I think that level of just experience and knowledge in both kind of budgeting and then managing those relationships stood out to me in the interview. Managing staff as well. She's experienced managing plenty of staff, gave great examples of how to help people grow in positions, also how to manage maybe potential underperformers. And so I think that was a keynote as well.
All right. How do we get this signed?
So based on kind of long discussion with the community panel and with the board, really thoughtful discussion. Again, there were kind of pros and cons in all kinds of areas, but I think really Elizabeth came to the top in her interview and representing the strengths that she could bring. She has a little bit of a learning curve in terms of town and municipal governance, but we really got some great advice from the recruiter and also from Patrick Rondinelli from DOLA. He came up from URA and just shared, those are kind of the things that you can learn. You can learn some of that stuff on the job, but really everybody felt pretty positive about her character and leadership style. And so that really kind of helped bring her to the top, I think, in this. So, Clayton, do you feel like a substantive discussion has been had, or is there anything we're missing?
No, I feel like this it's a substantive discussion. If I was I think it's important to kind of talk about some of the comparison to some of the other finalists. You don't have to name names, but just I think you already talked about what you liked about Elizabeth Stuffings and implicitly, obviously that doesn't mean other people didn't have some of those characteristics, but that this person might just be a much better fit for the town. And so far, I think that's true. That's fine. There are some members of the board that have not voiced an opinion, which I think is important as well, though.
Thanks, Clay. Great. So everybody gets.
Yeah. Well, I can share just a little bit about that specifically. I think it's been mentioned already, but compared to the other candidates, I was impressed with Ms. Stuffing's response to interview questions about dealing with conflict and dealing with challenging situations, difficult trade-offs. I think that those types of that form of leadership rose to the top as an important characteristic that the other candidates didn't display quite as strongly or didn't have as much experience with. And as has already been said, that to us, I think, is even more important than specific on the job experience and me.
Yeah,
Any-
I'm
Oh, yeah,
sorry.
go ahead, Amy. Yep, go ahead, please.
I loved Elizabeth. I thought she interviewed the best. I thought she had the calmest demeanor out of them all, while being direct. She has great experience, and also she's going to move to Silverton regardless if she got the job or not, which makes me, be persuaded that she will be here for a long time. So she was my favorite.
Thank you.
Yeah, also, I think, definitely one of the top three finalists that, not the Stubbings, I feel like lacked some of the experience and was maybe, this may have been a jumping off pad, maybe, try and get some experience to move somewhere else. I think we might have some more longevity. And then everything that everybody else has said, I think that she exhibited a good leadership style. Also, just sort of keeping a tally of the community interview sort of board. They also, I feel like there was great agreement on this candidate. I did keep a tally, and I think that the community board also, she also got the most votes, so felt like we were aligned.
Yeah, I echo what everyone else said. Good intangibles. Elizabeth, she interviewed well, and I think that's what swayed everyone in a certain direction, regardless of previous thoughts, feelings. Was through the interview process that had a comfort level moving forward, and I think we made a good decision.
Thanks, Jim.
She was a popular selection. She's familiar with the area, and I think she'll hit the ground running for us.
A common theme I heard from people at community night and elsewhere was just like someone that would have some longevity here too. And I think that stood out to us as well. And like Jim said, I really wanted to hire one of the candidates as a finance director, but we don't have that position open. So I think that would have been a great fit. And we certainly had a candidate with more experience in town and municipal government. And I think we're just looking for a little bit more depth of response in that interview process. And so I think, as you heard, that's why Elizabeth really kind of shone in terms of, as Jim mentioned, the intangibles and her interview style and her answering of the questions and her ability to really be here in Silverton and knowledge of small towns in the region. Anything else anybody else wanted to add about the process or candidates? Okay, Clayton, anything else there? Did you feel like that was helpful?
It was very helpful. Thank you for the discussion.
Yep, I appreciate that guidance. This is a new process to me, so I appreciate making sure we're just doing this all in a great process. And a real appreciation to the community for trusting us in this process. We asked a couple of people to be on the community panel and they said, oh, we trust the board, that'll be fine. So a real appreciation to the community members who stepped forward and spent a good part of their Friday. And thanks to the community for trusting us to make this process. And we're excited to keep moving forward with negotiations.
I do want to note your comment from before the meeting that it does say in the contract that it's entered in on this day, the 12th of January. Obviously, we'll negotiate with her now, her start date, and so that'll be changed, but that's the only thing in there that needs to get adjusted.
Great, thanks. So if we do make a motion to approve this, we can approve it with that administrative edit. The start date will be changed based on negotiations with the candidate. All right, any questions from the board on the contract? We've had the discussion about the candidate. Any questions from the board on the contract?
I've got a couple.
Yeah, of course. Great. That's all right. It might be the same ones I have, Ron.
We offer $14,000 for the housing stipend. If for some reason she would resign within a year or so, would we feel that we should get some of that money back? Or is that just money we give away and let it go?
I don't know if that's legal.
She doesn't get the second year.
Right.
That's what I'm saying, yeah.
No, the 14,000 for the first year.
Oh, it's 7,000.
7 and 7.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
The next question is.
So is your question answered? I mean, she wouldn't get the second.
So.
But
she would keep the full 7. Okay. Second thing is if she's terminated, for some reason, we would give 3 months salary. Is that standard or is that something we should look at?
That was a question I had too. We have severance in here coming up with the recruiters. This is based off of Gloria's contract. Correct me if I'm wrong, Melina. Yeah. So we took Gloria's contract and used that. So question on the board. The recruiter was definitely indicating that that is standard, but I was also curious about our budget town liability of 3 months salary.
Yeah.
For a first year administrator, I think that's pretty generous.
The previous administrator prior to Gloria, we gave a similar package too.
Mhm.
So
So this has kind of been typical.
a little boilerplate at times. Those are good questions, because those are ones I had in the very beginning.
Yeah, yeah.
Was the previous administrator, did he have experience?
He did. Yeah. Then he didn't. And then he didn't.
He does again.
Well, whole little things.
I should.
I
would kind
So-
of see this rolled back.
And maybe revised in a future contract?
Would we revise it now?
I mean, change it now and as the contract is signed in another year, like, are you pushing Ron
Yeah,
for more?
and then
experience?
as more experience, you can give more months of severance.
Or thoughts? What do you think?
We presented this to her already as is, correct?
She has not seen this contract yet.
No.
And trustee Wakefield, just so you're aware, that she can't come in and take it and walk away with the severance. If she voluntarily resigns, there is no severance.
Right.
That's in paragraph 5B.
But if she's terminated, then we have to honor the 3 months if we keep it in the contract.
Mhm.
If she's terminated without cause. Should be, if there's a for cause issue, that's different. So this would just be, yes, you terminate her as an at-will employee and she would be entitled to 3 months. A lot of I'm not arguing for it one way or the other. I just want to make sure that the nuances of it are clear. The reason a lot of towns and employers do this is more for enticement. The trick is that this person is going to, move and commit to employment. And again, this is just something you could weigh. Then their concern would be, well, what if I move here and you terminate me as an at-will, and then I'm stuck. The music stops. There's no chair, and I'm standing in Silverton holding the bag with no money other than my last month's pay. And we do it to get to incentivize, but of course, I mean, it's the board's call. I'm just letting everyone know the details of this. If somebody did something wrong or if she decided to leave, we're not just, throwing away money, for the severance. It is for very specific purpose, and that is a at-will termination without cause and involuntary.
And I also think administrative positions are somewhat unique in the sense that like boards change over and there are times when new configuration of the board comes in and they say, see ya, you're not the administrator we picked. And so I do see
The timing is not crazy for this year.
right. Like I do see some benefit to having this protection for someone in here, but I also thought the town's liability, like that's a line item. That's 3 months compensation that we'll have to make sure we can do in the budget if we're gonna keep it in.
What would you recommend?
I'd say the first year, 1 month. Because we're going to negotiate this every year, correct?
Mhm.
I mean, typically it's like 1 year per month, like at another, like other companies, whatever, right? after 7 years, you get 7 months or whatever.
Mhm.
That's
Mhm.
kind of how I've seen it. Obviously, we don't want to do that, but like.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's a cap on it.
Yeah, put a
1 month,
cap
3
on
years,
it.
There's a cap at
Uh-huh.
3 years.
But I do see the risk, the political winds shifting for someone, because whatever we do here will set precedent for the next administrator as well.
Mhm. What if we did?
Hire an administrator for the next 10 years.
Mhm. Mhm.
And to clarify for trustee Wakefield as well, I think I heard the assertion made that we're going to look at this every year. The term of this employment is perpetual, unless terminated. That you will look at based on for possible salary increases and modification of performance annually
Mhm.
on a performance basis, but the contract itself will not, by language in the contract, be reviewed every year. So if that's something you want to change, that's something to discuss as well. It's a perpetual contract at this moment.
Okay, so that's a good thing to note. Go ahead, Lindsay.
I think I was gonna say that in these first 3 months, I think what I'm hearing from you, Ron, is a concern about coming here and then deciding this isn't for her and leaving and being able to take a lump sum. Right?
It just seems a lot money to me for a first year administrator. That I still think we could adjust this. Is that correct over time through an amendment?
So I think what I'm hearing from you was, yeah, that was a good summary. And that I think if that were to be true and it wasn't for her, she would involuntarily leave, so then she wouldn't get severance, and or we go through a process of just cause, right?
Mhm.
So in my mind,
Incompetency, failure to perform job duties.
yes, in my mind, this is almost like a scenario that's not that likely to happen, huh? Yeah, totally. No, I mean, in general, we hope not. And even if we were to decide that she wasn't right for the town, we'd have to still go through probably a process, right? That would show just cause. So then severance wouldn't be given, if I'm understanding correctly. And so in my mind, that's a very low, like that scenario is like on the lower end of probability of happening. So in my mind, this would be a good, like, we really want you here and here's our willing to give for you to come here. Like, you are the candidate we chose. And so more like a good faith to put in the contract would be my thought there.
Just to me, it seems like a lot of money.
Yeah.
Like I said, for a first year,
Do you propose a 2 month instead of 3,
it
or
would be better. Yeah.
put it out there?
Propose it 2 months.
I mean, it's not like a back and forth. I think it's
Yeah.
more of like what we've done this in the past. Like, it seems more like an extension of like, we really want you here. We want you to stay, we're protecting you in some way, like and yeah, like the incentive to come here.
Well, I liked your summary, Lindsay, is that it's a pretty unlikely scenario for the town to have to pay this out. But for Elizabeth, like, this board that just hired her is not necessarily the same board that's gonna be here in 6 months or a year. Like, there's an election in April. And so I think it is that goodwill of like, hey, this is the board that just went through this whole long process to hire you. Obviously, if you choose to leave for whatever reason or something, that's different, but like, you are protected that at the whims of something changing, you're not just gonna be left out to dry because you moved here and made this happen. So we have 3 months in here, we could do 2 months, or we could take it out. The general sense preference.
I'd like to keep it at the 3 months. I think we've done it for the past 2 town administrators. And to Clayton's point earlier, I mean, she's leaving a prior job, coming to Silverton. And if she does get fired, on the unlikely event that she does in the first few months, then she is on her own. So it is a protection to the employee. So I like to keep it at 3 months.
Amy? Ron's proposing 2 months. Other thoughts, direction you'd like to go?
I don't have a strong opinion between 2 and 3 months. I do think that it makes sense why this is included, and I support continue to include a severance clause of some kind.
Heather?
I mean, if it's unlikely to happen anyway, 2 months is, that's the difference between 2 months and 3 months, a little bit of protection for us. 2 months seems fine. If you think it's a deal breaker for her taking position, obviously, but because it is such an unlikely scenario, like, I don't, yeah.
And I do think just, especially now that we've had this conversation, like, and considered reason, the rationale for including something like this contract, I like the way that Lindsay said, this is kind of it's another piece of good faith on our part. Like we want you to stay. We don't want to pay this out, right?
It would also be up to the board whether you would be paying it out because you're going to decide whether there's cause or not.
Yeah.
Right. Mhm.
Right.
So just make sure there's a reason.
Mhm.
And then you're not in jeopardy.
Mhm.
No, I think this needs to be in there in some form. We have done this in the past. I don't foresee any negative impact. If Ron is suggesting a 2 month and then work your way up to a 3 month, that's kind of what it sounded like you were proposing. I am very okay with that because that promotes longevity in the position. And I think all of us want to promote longevity in the position in any way to incentivize that. I think Ron's right to have an incentive program.
Great, and I think, Ron, I think you raised good points, and so if 2 months makes you feel more comfortable with this contract and there's not a lot of disagreement on that, then let's go with 2 months. We could revise it to be 2 months, and there can be an option for Elizabeth to renegotiate after a certain performance review.
Yeah.
So how's the board feel about that approach? Okay, great, thumbs up, thanks, Ron. Other questions on the contract? The severance one was on my list.
Robe.
Now, Ronnie said you had a few, right?
What?
Did you said you had a few? Or was it that one?
Didn't hear you.
You had a few comments on
questions,
this.
comments?
No, I think I'm done.
Done. In thinking about the severance, I was wondering, how do we mention, does this position still qualify for PTO payout? Or is that just part of the handbook?
I think it's Colorado law that you have to pay out.
Right.
PTO, right?
Okay, so that's,
If somebody, like, we paid Gloria's PTO.
right,
She used a lot of it before she left, but she didn't get severance, but she did get.
that's right, it is correct.
And what can you cap it at? Right? Just a cap, but you have to pay out whatever's wrong.
Our cap for somebody that's been here less than 5 years is 60 hours of PTO.
But they also, because there's no paid holiday time off, like the federal holidays.
We don't get paid for any holiday.
Yeah, so then that's
what
what
they take.
That's why the PTOs.
We use our PTO on holidays.
That's PTO to get
Yeah, so we don't need to specify it in this contract because it's already part of
The
it.
hamburger, I don't think that's.
I was gonna make, there's a note in 9C, just a spelling error, nothing is spelled wrong.
Oh, notching.
I think that's how it's pronounced.
Just super small.
I've heard it both ways.
Okay, great. And we'll change the start date
Tomorrow.
to yesterday, please. Let me see if there's anything else on my list. That was it, start date, severance and PTO payout. Anybody else have edits or comments?
The only other note I have is also, I think this is maybe from Gloria's contract, but current residence in Durango is specified in here and we need to include that.
Oh.
Let's pull that out. It's item 10.
That might have been
I saw,
Gloria's.
Yeah, good catch.
Yeah, we can pull that out.
I got current resident.
It's page 6 in the packet. It's item 10 in the contract.
I see it. Page 60.
I think we can just remove that
Yeah,
clause entirely.
Yeah, that was just for.
Mhm.
yeah. Good catch. Yeah, oh, another, she is permitted.
Oh, yeah. Okay, so, but wait a minute, we are specifying that residences in Silverton, like,
Correct.
I do think we still want a residence clause in it.
Yes, but I think just this point about Durango.
Need to be in Durango.
Yeah, that
Doesn't need-
Gloria, that she could live there while she was finding the house
Yeah.
or whatever.
Well, I guess then that's a question of like, is she gonna move here immediately? I know her partner's already moved here, but I think she was still in New Mexico, right?
Right.
So maybe that's something to discuss.
And that's again, you know, this is what we're
Yeah,
coming to this person with, and then.
but I think the question is, are we open to her figuring out moving for like 20 days or 30 days?
Well, I would put in here, like, I missed the Durango part, but I was like, oh, I think this makes sense of like, there's a time period of moving. So I guess Gloria must have negotiated 45 days. So does the board want to initially propose a different time?
I would propose 30, but that's just
30? 30?
just because she's further than Durango.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Thoughts? And she may come back to Melina and be like, oh, I'm ready to, we don't know, we don't know her time commitment. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so it sounds like we'd like to leave in here some sort of residency, taking out Durango and changing the 45 to 30 days.
We just remove this, everything notwithstanding onwards, and then, you know, if he requires something else, we can prepare to offer 30 days.
Gotcha, okay.
Yeah.
Pearl's proposal is to strike the several sentences starting at notwithstanding. Does that make sense, Melina? Okay. So we'll just end with required on behalf of the town. Okay, great, thanks.
I gotcha.
Anything else? Okay, so Clayton, if we have some of these administrative edits.
Yes.
Some of these are slightly more than administrative, I would say. So. What's your recommendation for how to move forward? I think at the very least, we want to direct staff to pursue negotiations on a start date and a contract with Ms. Stuffings. So what does the board need to do to move forward with that and getting a contract signed?
Well, it's good. It's a resolution. And so it's not an ordinance. We're not changing any law or proposed law. So I think you could make a motion delineating the changes that you're directing the town to make to the contract and then pursuing the negotiation based on those changes.
Okay, great. Let me see if I can get this teed up for us then, just a moment. Any further discussion? Just a second. Okay, right, I would entertain a motion to approve resolution 2026-01, a resolution authorizing and approving an employment contract for a town administrator with the following edits to the contract. We're going to change the severance duration to 2 months instead of 3 months. We're going to fix the typo in 9C, and we're going to strike the sentences that start with notwithstanding in section 10.
And start date.
And negotiate the start date with the candidate.
So moved.
Moved by Taylor, seconded by Jim. Roll call, please, Melina.
Trustee Halverson?
Yes.
Trustee Wakefield?
Yes.
Trustee Schifffer?
Yes.
Trustee Gardner?
Yes.
Trustee George?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Harper?
Yes.
Mayor Kränker?
Yes. Good job, team. Thanks, Clayton and Melina. We'll look forward to hearing when stuffings can start. All right, moving on to 7D, special event notice Ember Glow 2026.
So I included this in new business just because this is a new special event. We have not done this before. It already went through the process of being approved by both Anthony and Bruce. They've both looked over the whole packet and they don't have any issues with it. And I do think Holly, who is our applicant, is online if you do have any questions for her, but it seems like a pretty fun event that is going to go on around the same time that we are doing Snowscape. So it's going to be kind of tied in with that as far as I am aware from Taylor. So yeah, just wanted you to take a look at a new event that we're going to have.
Thanks, Melina. Thanks, Holly, for hanging in there. Hopefully, maybe we'll have snow by then.
That would be great.
Snowscape, we'll have like beachscape.
Be
Mudscape.
Mudscape.
Oh, some better, yeah. Questions on this, comment, thoughts?
Holly had told me about it before, and I think she would like probably to note that the intent in this event is for locals. Knowing that sometimes in the winter, we don't have as much for us to gather around, so this is for the community and for us to get together.
Thanks for that. If I hear nothing else, I hear from people saying, where are the events? And we want to do stuff for locals. So thanks to Holly and the Silverton Creative District for making this happen. Someone keeps telling me someone should bring back the all women's kazoo band. I'm like, go for it. Gotta have passionate folks to do it. Okay, great. Thanks, Lena. Moving on to agenda item 8A, land use code review. Lucy. This
I
tonight.
know it's a big night. So last year around this time, you all adopted a comprehensive update to our land use code. And at that time, you all asked to check in about a year after to see how the code was working and to look at any issues, common complaints, requests for changes, challenges with implementation. So that's what we're doing tonight. It has been about a year, and we have had 26 land use applications. So we've done a lot this year. So to prepare for tonight, staff has been tracking comments and concerns that came up through application reviews, public comments, feedback from the development community, feedback from committees, including the board. We also reached out directly to people who are involved in shaping the code or who have used it this year. So this included our land use code stakeholder group, the Planning Commission, the Historic Preservation Committee, Board of Trustees, and anyone who submitted a land use application this year. In addition to that outreach, we published notice in the newspaper asking for public comments. And all comments that were received by me were included in your packet tonight. There are a few code amendments that staff is recommending that are really results of typos, which are listed in the table in the packet. I did pull one out to talk about, which is listed later, which is the tiny home ones. But other than that, I would open it up to you now on any comments on those. And if you don't have any comments on those, then we can kind of move into the larger topics. No? Okay, cool. So the larger topics we'll talk about tonight are ones that have come up, repeatedly through the processes that I talked about. And so staff is looking for direction on whether to move forward with the code amendment on these items, to bring them back up for future discussion, or for a work session, or to take no action. And so keep in mind for updating the code, this involves significant staff and attorney time. And I note this as a capacity as well as a budget consideration. The process for updating our code is lengthy. As you all know, the process is listed at the bottom of this memo. It includes a work session as needed, ordinance drafting, ordinance review by attorney, ordinance being noticed, planning commission public hearing, Board of Trustees public hearing first reading, Board of Trustees public hearing second reading, and then the ordinance is enacted 30 days after the second reading. So my thought is as we go through these topics, I was thinking we do them one by one to give you all an opportunity to provide direction or discussion. And then I would say if it seems like a topic has the need for a lot of discussion, perhaps you direct staff to prepare a future agenda item or work session on that topic. But if there is early consensus, you can direct staff to present an ordinance or no action, if that makes sense or sounds good to you all. Okay, sounds good. So starting off with accessory dwelling units. When we updated our code, we included tiny homes to be allowed to be utilized as accessory dwelling units. We also require that accessory dwelling units be at least 300 square feet. A bit inconsistent as some tiny homes are smaller than that. So if the board wants to continue allowing tiny homes as ADUs, staff recommends exempting certified tiny homes certified by the state of Colorado from that minimum size requirement. Yeah, okay, cool.
Up around here, Amy, thumbs up.
Thank you.
Yeah, if there's no one, yeah.
And then Anne kind of noted this earlier, but the town has an opportunity to become a ADU supportive jurisdiction. And an ADU supportive jurisdiction is a jurisdiction that has been certified by DOLA as a result of adopting one or more ADU supportive strategies, as well as having a land use code that complies with their requirements. So the town currently has two ADU supportive strategies, which is allowing modular manufactured units to be ADUs and having a 50% fee waiver for tap plant investment fees. So that's something that the town has already done. And once our land use code language is updated to meet the requirements, the town can achieve that status as an ADU supportive jurisdiction. And this provides several grant and financial opportunities to the town and to property owners, which include the ADU grant program. And if we were awarded this, this would fund 4 sets of engineered ADU plans, which include plans that could work in our historic overlay district. And the goal would be to have these reviewed by the board and have these as pre-approved plan sets for property owners to build ADUs at a reduced cost and reduced planning process. And then the ADU relendering program through CHAFA, which would essentially give the housing authority ability to loan money to Silverton property owners at a 1% interest rate as a fixed or revolving loan with a maximum maturity or interest period of 30 years. And then Silverton property owners would also be eligible to work with lenders for low interest loans, credit enhancement programs for loans, and as well as other programs. This information is in a memo provided by the Silverton Housing Authority. So the last step to qualify for this program is a code amendment to clearly state that current and future planned unit developments cannot restrict ADUs by more than what's allowed in the land use code. And staff is seeking direction to move forward with this code amendment and to pursue the ADU supportive jurisdiction certification, if that's how the town wants to move forward.
Yeah, it seems.
Yeah, I love this so much. I love the memo from Anne. I've been bugging Chris with Chaff. I was like, Chris, we've got to find a way to give homeowners low interest loans so they can actually put the ADU in their backyard. And even if they aren't deed restricted, an ADU is inherently going to be less expensive rental. So than many other things. So I'm so excited about that.
Yeah, but anytime you add more housing, you like increase the supply, which is like better for the market.
Especially smaller homes.
Yeah.
And a barrier for people is like getting the funding. Where do you have the capital? You're taking out a home equity loan, the line of credit to add to, like we could put it out on top of our garage or people can put something in their backyard. I'm so excited about
Well,
this.
and I think in the survey that Anne did, she saw that a lot of people just want like a single bedroom. Like there were a lot of single people wanting rooms. So
I love it.
Meets the need.
Love
I
it.
think it's really good if we use them for long-term rentals, but not necessarily for the short term.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
And pre-approved designs is everything we've talked about for years.
Yeah.
So awesome.
This is super
Quick and
exciting.
easy.
Yeah, so in that case, we will move forward with this ordinance and we will send it all into DOLA and bring you all an update once we get that submitted.
Right on.
Awesome.
Team.
You? Okay, single unit dwellings. So the current code does not set a minimum size for houses for single unit dwellings. Our old land use code required at least 500 square feet. And staff is flagging this as a potential need to reestablish a minimum house size, possibly equal to or larger than the accessory dwelling unit minimum. And the reason why this would be helpful is so that if someone wanted to build, a smaller unit on their lot, that's fine. But if it's, 300 square feet, that limits the possibility of building an ADU in the future.
Oh, so wait, okay, so if someone built a 300 square foot primary dwelling. then
They'd
they couldn't
be
build-
limited to a 300 square foot
because
ADU.
in the code, the ADU has to be smaller than the primary dwelling. Mhm. Hmm. I'm just always so curious about minimum sizing.
Yeah, we did intentionally take out the 500 square feet, but we can keep it that way too. But because there is a minimum, there's a minimum requirement for an ADU. In theory, you could build a dwelling unit that is smaller than that.
Mhm.
And if you
It's not an ADU, then you'd be allowed.
And why do we need the minimum on an ADU?
That's just kind of what we had in our old code, and it's standard to have a minimum on ADU so that you don't build something that's too small. But we don't need to have a minimum on an ADU. I mean, we're exempting tiny homes from the minimum, so.
Yeah, and this does, and like dwelling units is the minimum.
Mhm.
And this directly correlates to the point below it, which is tiny homes
Yes.
as principal structures. Current definitions allow tiny homes to qualify as single unit dwellings, limiting future ADU opportunities.
Right.
Like someone could have their ADU, their tiny house as their primary dwelling and then want to put another tiny house on it that's slightly bigger and that's not allowed.
Right.
And that seems silly.
Right. And so that's one way to look at it. The other way to look at it as a potential future code amendment is to not change the code and to allow for, right now, accessory structures cannot be built before primary structures.
Well, go ahead, sorry.
Which makes sense because you don't want to end up with, accessory structures without a primary structure for the use of the lot, but also for the visual impact. And I think the minimum lot size speaks to visual impact as well. But that is a common request we get, is to build an accessory dwelling unit before the primary structure.
While they built their
Mhm.
primary or something?
Yep. And I think that has definitely like affordability benefits, but also has risk. Because what if we end up with many lots with very,
Just a garage.
Yeah.
It's tricky. Yeah.
Can I speak, the county deals with it by having an agreement. If they generally don't allow that, but they consider it if a contract is written that states if you don't build the primary structure in a certain time period, the county has the right to demolish the accessory building structure. So,
Pull your permits and that's it.
that too, but it's more severe and there's more incentive in the county for someone to build a garage and ADU and then back away from building the primary where,
They realize it's too hard, blah, blah, it's expensive.
yeah, it's less likely to occur here.
It's possible. We have examples. Yeah. Clayton, you got off mute. Did you have something you wanted to add here?
Yeah, just a point. I don't have the numbers in my head. I'll have to go back and look. Somebody stated that there is no requirement to have minimum square footage. That's not true. There are statutory and international, was it Bevan, IBC. There are other laws that require certain minimum square footage for just health, safety, and welfare of persons. I want to say it's 150, but just we don't have to make it any more than what the minimum, requirement is. But if we're not going to put an actual square footage, I would say to put language in there that says that that the town does not have a minimum square footage requirement beyond that required by other international and state federal code or something along those lines, because we are subject to some other authorities, just for basic health, safety, welfare of people, so that we're not like stacking 20 people in a 200 square foot home, just for awareness purposes and planning purposes.
That's helpful. Thank you. Okay, so a couple options before us are to change the code to reference what Clayton just said and have it just be whatever the building standards are. To change the primary structure to be some minimum and to say that ADUs can be whatever size. We have a couple options here. So how does the board want to proceed? Or does Lucy, do you have a recommendation?
I would say that if we're making changes to accessory dwelling units and primary structures and what order they can be built in, I think that that's a larger conversation that probably needs more consideration. That might be more appropriate for a future agenda item. I would say that I would not recommend lowering the ADU minimum or the minimum house size to below 300 square feet. But I'm open to, we obviously can have more conversation about that.
The minimum IBC, the minimum bedroom size is 120 square feet. So that gives you a reference for a habitable space for just the bedroom. So we did raise the size of the ADUs a couple of years ago because it was we wanted to create a space of a residence of 2 bedrooms the potential for 2 bedrooms in an ADU. And it's hard to achieve that at less than 700, which is what I believe it was before, and to make this space work. So.
Well, we also want to create a framework that can allow for a 1-bedroom ADU, right?
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I think we should keep the minimum.
Yeah.
Yeah. And the maximum.
But we're exempting tiny homes. Tiny homes could be smaller as an ADU.
Yes. And tiny homes are certified by the state of Colorado to qualify as a tiny home. So to qualify for that exemption, you'd have to be certified tiny home. And there are tiny homes larger than 300 square feet. But that certification from the state kind of gives that additional level of this is a place that people should occupy.
Quality for occupation, occupying.
I'm kind of lost in what we're trying, like what the recommendation is.
We are requesting direction on whether or not you'd like to establish a minimum house size that is larger than the IBC requirements. Number one, and number two, whether or not you would like to continue allowing tiny homes to be considered primary structures.
Okay, so the first one is we currently don't have a minimum dwelling size in the land use code.
Outside of IBC, that's right, yeah.
Previously it was 500.
Right.
I guess I would just argue is why do we have to do something that different than the IBC? If someone really wants to build a tiny little thing on their property, let the property owner do it. If it meets all the code, safety, et cetera.
Okay.
That,
Room, a kitchen and the bathroom.
I mean,
I've lived in a like 300 square foot ADU.
so can we make sure that the language,
Of that.
do we need to clarify in the code that there is a minimum specified in the IBC, in the International Building Code? Or that just would happen through the building permitting process?
I don't think that's completely necessary since it has to go through a building permit and would be reviewed, but I don't know if Clayton, if you think that we need to reference the IBC in the land use code.
I don't know if you have to directly reference IBC, but
Okay.
I'd just be careful saying that there's no minimum because we don't want to get ourselves in a position where somebody's saying, well, it says in your code, there's no minimum. And then we say, well, there is a minimum, just not in our code. And you know what I mean? I think some sort of reference that there are that they have to meet other permitting requirements or something, but I don't think specifically IBC has to be mentioned, just that there are other permitting requirements. But that's going to be up to however, the board wants to do it or planning and zoning wants this to look.
I'm comfortable if the land use code is silent on minimum, that the IBC applies, but if the code somewhere references that there's no minimum, then that's where I think Clayton's point is valid, that we need to make a change.
Yep. I mean, I think one of the things I'm hearing though, like in reading all the comments, was that there's a lot of like cross-referencing happening and like it's a little confusing. So could we say something like, please reference building code?
There is a clause in the land use code that says all state, federal, and international building codes apply.
Okay.
So I think that that's probably the best way to do it.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's the first piece of that. The second piece you said was tiny homes as principal structures.
And the argument against that is visual impact and
potentially limiting accessory dwelling units.
But in the future, you could turn your ADU that was your tiny house into your ADU. You could turn your primary dwelling.
Technically, you are not supposed to do that. So when people reach out and ask about that, I have to advise them that that's not allowed. Unless we were to change that provision and allow people to build accessory dwelling units before their principal structure, essentially allowing someone to build a smaller unit or to place a tiny home before they build their primary structure, which is a common request that we get.
Right, but here we have it right now, we allow tiny homes to qualify as single unit dwellings. So it's the single unit dwelling, and then in 10 years, they have 3 kids and they decide we want to build something bigger.
Yeah.
What can they do with their lot then?
They would have to. I mean, that's tricky. I think that would need to come. I don't know if I want to sentence on that right now.
Yeah.
But in theory, you are not supposed to do that because accessory structures should not be built before primary structures.
But we have a whole variance process and we're kind of thinking about like, what's the standard based?
I mean, I think that deserves further consideration.
Okay.
Common request.
Could build an ADU live in there.
Okay.
I mean, I see, we have lots that have I have varying perspectives on this, because we have lots that have just a garage on it. And to me, that's sort of like, I would not prefer that for lot use, right? But then at the same time, I really see the affordability need of like, if someone could put a tiny house on their structure and live in it, or build, I know of instances where people want to build the garage, put the ADU in it, live in it, then build the primary structure and then rent out the ADU. Like, those are all affordability things. I think
There needs to be a time frame.
a time frame.
That's what I'm saying. I think if we do another session with further consideration, once maybe you have some time to look into it, that might be worth another discussion.
Yeah, I think we should start making a list of things for the future and then the board will need to prioritize.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So it sounds like this whole question around kind of accessory units first is a question.
Right. Yeah, we can definitely bring that at a future agenda item.
The state is identifying tiny homes as 400 square feet or less,
Or less.
according to this, yeah. 225 was set as a minimum in Park County, Gunnison, 400 square feet. And then there are tiny homes on wheels, THOWs, that could be smaller.
And that's reflected in the definition. That's good.
Okay. So the whole principal structure is a question.
Okay, that sounds good. We'll bring that up in the future. We've also received some pushback on prohibiting single unit homes in the downtown mixed use district and the C2 economic development district. As a reminder, mixed use dwellings, duplexes, triplexes, fourplexes, and multi-unit dwellings are allowed in the MU1 district. And if you remember, we discussed this a lot during the land use code process and ultimately decided to remove single unit dwellings to encourage economic development and high density housing in downtown. While single unit dwellings are of course permitted in all of our residential zones. That's just a comment. But if you want any action.
There definitely were a number of comments related to this. Of some of our feedback comments related to this. I still stand with the original intent of what we're trying to do. And what I notice is that when we have single family homes next to commercial operations, that's when more of our code enforcement and nuisance conflict arises. Yep.
Okay.
Is there other thoughts on that of, well, if we allow multi-units or duplexes, why not allow single family home? There could be an argument there. No, okay, it sounds like there's intention to.
Okay, I'll mark that one as no action. Okay, the intent of the code is to allow only one principal use and accessory use per lot. While that is stated in some parts of the code, it may need clear and more consistent language to avoid confusion in future applications. So looking for direction to move forward with that language.
Is
No, so you're just cleaning up what's in there?
That's just, yeah, cleaning up and standardizing that intent.
Yeah, I was gonna ask clarifying.
I think anytime you run across a section and you feel like, oh, people are getting confused by this and I could make it better. Great.
Yeah. Okay. Next one is recreational vehicles. And there's two parts of this: seasonal, long-term occupied recreational vehicles for local workforce. So the P&O committee and the board of trustees previously worked really hard on a comprehensive update to the section. And it worked pretty well this summer. However, we did identify a few items that we could, where we could simplify the language to make the application process easier and enforcement easier. As well as there is a need to improve public awareness of the program, so that it's easier to understand and to administer. And we do not have those code amendments in front of you tonight, but seeking direction to bring those to you.
Okay. Up, there's thumbs up, Amy, around here. You were very much involved in all that.
Okay, and then one thing that the P&O committee, as we were going through this process, we did not get to was the short-term RV use. And so we allow RVs and campers and trucks to be occupied. Short-term, we say 20 days or less. But we never really refined those standards or those requirements or created any type of process. So it's really, there's not much we can enforce right now. So wondering if if you all would like us to bring forward, either an ordinance or a P&O committee or a work session to kind of further develop those standards as we talked about last year.
How much of an issue do we notice this to be?
I think it's an issue more on the number of RVs on a property or lot.
On one single lot, so no, yeah, so that was it was the one, yeah.
That's my bigger issue and what draws attention. It's harder to manage and enforce monitoring, single campers, RVs on the street. That is a tough one. But there are residents that have 3 or 4 campers on their property, and some of them are, the rule is 1 occupied, 1 unoccupied storage is allowed per property, whether it's 5 lots or 1. So it's going to be on me to communicate that to the public this coming season. And the other part of it is going to be, how do we manage the on-street? Do we establish permitting for them so they can stay longer? We don't really have a clean out area, so we're not sure how we're managing that.
Yeah, question board, how do you want to prioritize this?
I'm fine with going to the P&O committee or a work session. I think short-term use of RVs is super hard to enforce, especially when you have a property owner who owns a plot of land and they're coming, every few weeks, but they might not get a permit. They might stay longer than the allocated time. So I think it's gonna be a lot to navigate.
I think that's my question to the P&O committee and the board in general, is how much time do we want to dedicate on this in particular? Like, we saw that the seasonal occupancy of RVs was really kind of coming to a boiling point with commentary and feedback and whatnot. But my question to this is, how high of a priority is it in terms of other ordinances that we're working on and other code enforcement that we want to emphasize?
Well, I think that's a good question to you, Bevan, is how much time does that conversation take in the summer?
Take a lot. I mean, my biggest concern with it from a safety and health safety standpoint is really the Blackwater system and electric, I mean, they can get fresh water, but if there's electrical issue, and where it came to head in town was when Blackwater was let out.
But wasn't that more related to RV, more related to workforce units?
Yes, but it could have been anyone. I mean, this was RVs, but yes, it was workforce RV.
Right.
I
guess when we're talking about the season, I'm thinking of like, my parents come and park their RV next to our house and they stay with us for 4th of July. Like, we see more of that, right? Like, people hosting. I guess I just wonder, did we not address the real immediate issue when we talked about the local workforce RVs? And is this short-term occupancy of RVs a thing that's a little bit more of a nuisance, but it's not like, because are we going to make people get permits to do 3 days for their family to come into town, or 2 weeks at 4th of July, or that? People are not going to like that.
No, the workforce should be utilizing sewer and water and electric, which is why we want to permit them and document them.
Right.
Because that landowner needs to be charged for the additional utility use. So that's the drive there. As far as if we did it for guests in town, that would really be like a flat fee permit that we could apply or show on the RV, and then they're, for a period of time, and then it's done. And that's something that we could consider, but for what's harder to manage is identifying whose workforce, who isn't, because it's really a trust-based system. Otherwise, I've got to go out and hunt people down. Which I'm fine to do, but I need the structure behind it to enforce it.
I guess that's what I see in here is it's not how much do we want to regulate or not regulate deciding right now. I think it's having that conversation of what does that process and structure look like for even like, do we want to do that, right? So I think it's more like, I think this probably deserves a conversation if it's a problem in the summer.
And short term in our code right now, is it what, 20 days or 14 days or?
20 days.
20 days. So like, I do think it warrants, if you're going to stay in town for longer than, let's say, like 3 to 4 days, if it's a short term, you would need maybe a different color coded permit to hang on your windshield or something, because you can cause a nuisance in 20 days with your black water generators running 24/7. Like, I do think short term's an issue too to talk about, but.
But then we have other nuisance stuff related in that. If someone all of a sudden just dumped black water, that would be like, the neighbors were gonna call them out, you're gonna get a call, or someone's running a generator. I'm very opposed to having permits for people being here a week,
So much.
2 weeks. I just think it's way more trouble than it's worth. People are gonna hate. There's gonna be ridiculous postcards about that.
That's what I'm saying though, is that that's not in here in any way.
But there's,
Well, you could tell us no action if you don't want us to move forward with this.
but there are also, there are people that aren't workforce that are staying all summer. You just can't tell the difference. Like you have to go and like figure it out.
Right, and that's, I mean, there's some people that just have a trailer or an RV that's plugged in and they're storing it, but they keep it plugged in to charge
Right.
batteries. That's good.
Yeah.
Right, so, but then you get into situations where residents with 3 or 4 on their property and you can tell it's a camp out. And that now, I'm having to notify them before the season starts, hey, this is the new code. This is what is going to be expected. You can have those guests, but you need to find another property to put those RVs on. And,
But doesn't our current, I guess what I'm not sure on is like, what do we really need to change about the short-term occupancy of RVs in our code?
for starters, it's just having making sure that there are a max of 2 RVs on a property, 1 occupied. If they're workforce housing, then it's documenting that, getting the permit, notifying Public Works that this RV is on site and they need to adjust the
Right, that's all in the workforce.
EQ, yeah. EQRs. So the other part is it's probably a bigger question of how do we want to monitor that? I mean, it would really kind of require that we provide probably a clean out so that people could safely, to empty their black water tanks. And it would just kind of justify us having a permitting system so that they could stay without having a direct plumbing.
Aren't there cleanouts already in town?
Come again?
We have family come, they.
There are 2 cleanouts in town. Possibly 3, but I know of 2. And they charge for anyone to dump there.
Campsites.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm saying town specifically.
No, I understand.
Okay.
But located within town, there are dump sites to dump your black water.
Right.
And those 2 sites require, if you're gonna dump there, you have to pay a fee.
Sure.
It's not free.
Sure.
I do believe in the honor system. And I don't believe in overregulation, but I also know, and we spoke in nauseam, our group, with color coding and all that, and having a breakdown in a tier system with rates and whatnot. I'll be honest, I thought we had implemented some of that. But we haven't, so. And last year seemed to go pretty well.
We did, and we had some that came in and paid and then we dealt with the property owner that had too many.
Right. And that mistake with the black water that was taped everywhere is, yeah. I just don't want to create a bigger problem when you don't need that. No one needs that. But I'm only one voice.
Yeah.
I agree.
It seemed like.
So I guess we're looking for either direction to bring this to the P and O committee or direction to take no action at this time. Sounds like.
Personally, I would take no action.
I guess I'm just wondering though, the 20-day limit, how are we enforcing that, or how just on honor system? Because if that's the case, then why is it in the code? Like,
because then we can enforce it. We do a lot of things that way. Like if Bevan is noticing a complaint, then he has the code to go write a ticket. Be like, hey, this is clearly workforce housing. You don't have a permit for it, or he can write a ticket. But like we do lots of things honors based because we don't have a code enforcement officer that drives around all the time and writes tickets.
Right. There's nobody like, you're not out there ticketing people for not picking up their dog poop.
Or not.
I do. This is
License. Huge issue. You could.
No, right. And I do, when I catch someone, I give them a warning and then I can write them up after that.
You have to go to the tool. We need to have a mechanism for like a constant enforcement.
Right. I mean, based on my time, I do my job based on the highest level of safety and then work my way down. So when, if someone's upset that I'm not tracking the RV in town, I'm just being honest with you, my time availability and the risk of it versus making sure a building is thoroughly inspected and.
Going back to this line item, we have the first part, which is simplifying the language related to the workforce RVs.
And we received direction to bring forward an ordinance.
Yeah. So it sounds like we just need to make a decision on, does the P and O committee and does the board want to revisit the short-term occupancy of RV, revisit the code related to short-term occupancy of RVs? I would say it's a low priority item, but again, I don't have to set all the priorities. Jim?
I feel it's a low priority.
Which is the 20-day, right? The 20 days will go short term.
Would anybody or anybody else on the P and O committee, Amy, I think you felt like you wanted to talk about it again, or you thought it was worth revising the code. Anybody else making a case either way? So is the silence to be interpreted as decent?
I thought I voiced my opinion.
I was advocating earlier of like, if this is something the P and O committee thinks, like you all know this matter more intimately than those of not on the P and O committee who wanted to talk about it and discuss some fair definitions, I think you should. But if you're feeling like you don't need to, then.
I felt after last season, we had a pretty good grasp on it.
Okay.
And everyone was self-policing and doing the right thing.
Everyone's a big word, but most.
Everyone.
Why don't we put it on the list for P and O committee to come up if we have an issue with it in the future? That work for everyone?
So board direction that if an issue comes up, it doesn't need to come back to the board to go to the P and O committee. Great.
Okay, that sounds good. Okay. And then simple subdivision standards. Currently the code does not clarify whether 50 by 50 foot corner lots are allowed or prohibited. Staff is currently interpreting the code as that they are allowed, but would like to verify that with the board so that we can put in clear language to reduce confusion moving forward.
Because otherwise we do 50 by 100?
Yeah, so it's like, say you had a 50 by, or essentially it's splitting a corner lot down by 50.
Subdivide the lot, like.
Yeah. Right.
Kind of typical lot.
More density.
Yeah. Sounds good. We'll bring that forward.
Land. Build houses and setback.
Right, it still has to follow all the setback and all of the.
And there's plenty of examples of 50 of lots separated that way in town right now. Okay. Historic preservation and design standards. So right now, accessory structures require a full major historic review. And recently we went through a full historic preservation review process for a greenhouse. And staff sees potential to allow some accessory structures to be reviewed administratively when not visible from a public right of way, not including the alley. And this would allow staff to call up applications if they think they should be reviewed by the Historic Preservation Committee. Yes, any opposition?
Oh, I give 3 thumbs up if I had a third thumb.
No,
That's great. That's what we need.
sounds good. So right now, the code does require an administrative review for painting a building. And really that is to ensure that the Secretary of the Interior's standards for the treatment of buildings is being maintained. But we do not have any standards for paint colors.
Were you supposed to make sure, what are those standards?
But the Secretary of the Interior, right?
Yes.
If they require it, then they must have the standards.
Yeah, but Secretary of the Interior's guidelines, not standards.
Okay,
So,
go ahead, Lucy.
so standard, it's really easy to look at an application and say you don't meet the standard. It's a bit harder to look at an application and say you don't meet this guideline. So in that case, it would probably be bumped up. So that the Historic Preservation could review it. But I think that's gonna, I don't know how often that will happen.
Wasn't there a palette of colors that we had at one time? And then I was told we're not the good taste police or something like that.
Taste committee. Oh, I just have challenges with the good taste.
So essentially what this looks like, and I've had these applications come through this summer, is someone applies and they say, I'm painting my building. This is the paint I'm using. This is the color I'm using. And I review it and I have no grounds to deny it. So I just
hate the idea of making people go through 3 reviews to paint their building. Like, we have so many issues of people just like, buildings seem to be, there's more concern to me. There's less concern in the paint color and more concern in the repair and the preservation of the wood happening.
And the reason why we included this is because someone in theory could paint their building a very bright, very kind of out of the ordinary, stick out. And we wanted a way to say this does not meet the intent of the historic district, just in case. But we do not have those standards specified. So I wanted to check in and see if we wanted to create standards, if we want to keep it as just kind of a provision, just in case, so that if something comes up that could potentially damage our status as a historic landmark district, which we do have the responsibility to uphold.
What are the chances of a poorly painted building making us lose our status?
I don't know if it's extremely likely, but that was the intent of this process.
That was the intention.
Yeah.
But we have so many different colors in our historic district. We have a building that got painted like Kind Castle. I mean, it's all the colors, and Victorian colors are really bright. Mining colors are dull. I mean, I have a story of someone in an area that was like, you can only paint colors here that are close to nature. Well, bright orange lichen is close to nature, right? Like, at some point, I don't know what.
Pepto pink.
Oh, yeah.
Find an animal that's Pepto.
The interior of the.
I mean, do the guidelines from the interior have like specified colors?
No. It's basically about like how the paint is stripped, how the paint is applied, how the paint is maintained. It has nothing to do with the colors.
Isn't there verbiage, and correct me if I'm wrong, and I probably am, but isn't there verbiage for paint colors along the historic corridor?
Maybe in the builder's hand.
No, there's not verbiage for paint for the colors you use, but there is verbiage for, does this change, does this facade treatment, not align with the intent not the intent, but the character of our historic district.
This is also subjective.
Which is not something I think staff would ever be able to rule on, so.
So this to me, I feel like the paint colors is just one additional example, but to me, in the really great comments we got, I really appreciate it. Shout out to the community for providing such detailed comments and engaging in this process. The historic stuff, what strikes me is that there's varying level of compromise because there's varying levels of opinion. And I'm not sure we've still netted out at the best approach because we're not really giving staff the tools that they need to make administrative decisions. We're not really giving property owners clear guidelines on what they can and can't do because we're a little bit wishy-washy on what we want as a group. And by group, I mean even the whole town, right?
Yeah.
So the historic stuff struck me as we need to work.
I think some people think the historic means Victorian, some people think historic means mining. And they're like, miners would have built anything out of anything, fine. I think historic means whatever we need to do to preserve.
Correct.
The designation, so, yeah. Probably.
That's our bare minimum. It just seems like we kind of need to have a philosophical values discussion to give greater clarity to the historic review committee and staff and applicants.
And that brings up a great point. If I could just go down one more bullet point, is that like we're talking about right now, we've received other feedback that our historic design standards can sometimes be vague and that the term historic lacks context. And when we wrote the land use code, and currently we do not have an official or adopted any type of documentation, such as a historic resource survey to define our official period of significance in contributing architectural features. Of course, I think everyone has an idea of when that is, but we don't have that officially documented. However, Silverton just became a certified local government. And our plan was really to become a certified local government, apply for a grant to have this historic resource survey done to help us better define our historic period of significance and refine our design standards in the future. And so if the board would like to direct staff to prioritize that, we can move forward with that. And maybe after that survey's done is a better time to have that philosophical discussion.
Like that.
Yeah.
Okay. To me, that's the thing, that's the next land use code. Because it's big, we see that in the comments we got from people.
What is the definition? Can't we borrow instead of having to recreate a lot of things? Borrowing the language and verbiage from History Colorado or
In terms of.
historic apparatus for all these things?
So what we did when we updated our. That's a great point. What we did when we.
Well, no, I mean, it's already there. The verbiage is there.
So what we did when we updated our land use code is we standardized everything to, I think, what you're talking about.
Right.
Just kind of this like bare minimum, adopting the Secretary of the Interior's guidelines, and kind of creating design standards that are really visible, such as your building needs to be built to the sidewalk, for example. Everyone can agree that's how structures are built in Silverton. However, we do not have like a Silverton specific document of what our historic assets, our historic structures are, our official period of significance, and our key architectural features. And that best practice is to make that official in an official document.
Our period of significance is, and then we can be like, now we need to build everything like this period of.
No, so that's not what that does. So that is.
Everything in the.
It protects everything in that, but it does not require that future, sorry, but that is like the most controversial thing about becoming a certified local government. That does not require new buildings to mimic that architecture. But it does say that these are our historic assets. This is what should be protected, but it also says that these structures are not considered historic, and these structures do not have to go through this full review process. So by getting this survey done, we're actually making this process easier for everyone because we're going to have clear guidelines, and some people can opt out of this process in a way, or make this process a little easier.
Yeah. So I think that's a great next step. Can we address paint colors in that or not address paint colors?
I'm not sure what the scope of it is, but maybe that's the conversation we can have once we have it.
Yeah,
And
just like-
decide if we want pink
Yeah,
colors.
that may not be part of the historic review survey, but that could be wrapped up in.
That conversation.
What do we want to be when we grow up and.
Right.
I mean, regardless, if we don't like them, we can just fire them. Replace them with the new boards. Yeah.
There you go.
That's right.
Historic review board, we're gonna change y'all up.
That's right.
That's what Ron
The
said.
paint colors you.
I think I heard Ron say that. No.
Okay, and then one thing I'll just add, I'm not seeking direction on this, but just giving you a heads up. Currently murals are reviewed administratively, but again, we do not have any standards for public art content. And there may be some benefit to having an independent art review committee. And this is something that we talked about during the land use code, but we didn't really have the capacity to do it. But this is something that's being proposed by the Silverton Creative District, which was brought to the P&O committee, which directed staff to bring this to the board. The Silverton Creative District, San Juan Development Association, Clayton and I are still working on how to best present this information, and what method we would use to move forward with something like this. So unless you have any other comments, I think we will continue to work on this, and based on the P&O's committee, their direction, we'll bring this forward in the future. Cool.
Thanks.
Moving on to fences. So currently, fences do not require any type of permit, or site plan or survey. And this has led to multiple fences being built over property lines.
Multiple offenses with.
Multiple offenses with fences.
That was very funny.
Which costs not only the town money to enforce, but it also costs property owners money to fix. And so the board might consider requiring a site plan for fences. And that way staff can verify property boundaries before fences are built.
This might just stop a lot of problems
Yeah.
before they start.
Everybody.
Yeah.
And know where your boundary markings are.
Yeah.
You need more than a site plan. You need to actually have pins in the ground.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
Site plan doesn't cut it.
when you move through a site plan process, staff does have the option to require a site
I would
plan.
require that on
A
every.
survey.
Or sorry, a survey. Yeah.
Absolutely. No, it's
Mhm.
great.
Yeah.
And so I think that in this case, the reason why we would want to add this to the site plan is so we could require a survey if it's not clear.
So currently now you don't need a permit. Do you need a building permit to put up a fence? No,
You need
nothing,
nothing.
nothing.
Thought if it was
Yeah.
over 6 foot, you did.
Fences over 6 feet or not.
Well, you wouldn't need a permit.
Yeah. Cool. We will fix that then. Vacation rentals. So our recent land use code update did not make major changes to the vacation rental standards. However, we have gotten some pushback on our current policy, which is not new. Those are not new comments, mostly based on permitting, and the caps to permitting. I don't know if we ever brought this forward, but staff recently completed a training on best practices for vacation rentals. And if the board would like to consider a public process to review and update these standards, that could be done. That would most likely, be a pretty large public process that would require a good amount of community engagement. So if that was to be prioritized, that is a consideration.
What is that? Yeah, go.
I think as Jim and I both went to the short-term housing at
Yep.
C of L, I was thinking the same. I guess my question for you, Lucy, is where there are best practices and things you learned that would indicate to you that we do need to go through that process?
There is just, there's so many ways to do vacation rentals. And there are ways to do it where permitting, we take some funds and it goes to the housing authority, for example, or, we create more flexibility for residents that meet certain criteria, like living in Silverton for 12 months out of the year, things like that. Where there's just, I'm sure you guys probably picked up a lot of information in the the session you went to, but there's just so many different ways to do it in Colorado and, you know, these kind of small communities near recreational amenities do it in so many different ways. So I would say if there is a need to reevaluate our vacation rental code, we could do that. If you don't feel there is, then we can wait until that needs to happen. So I'm not recommending it will mother. I'm just saying that I couldn't have this conversation and not bring up vacation rentals.
I think based on those answers, I would say it doesn't need reevaluation. Okay. That's just Nina.
And I have a quick question. I had a conversation recently, a meeting with Shane Goranson at 505 Green. It does include vacation rental discussion. I was going to talk about it in the open discussion agenda items. I'm not sure procedurally if we should go into that now or I should wait.
Why don't you bring it up then, Amy?
Yeah,
in the
okay,
open
cool.
discussion?
I just
think
know
that'd
it
be
has
great.
to do with the land use code and vacation rentals, so just.
Yeah, well, I have not the only thing. I think we could definitely revisit this. I think what we're doing right now is being okay, and there's reasons why we've done what we've done so far. The one thing I am interested in, and this does relate to what Amy's gonna bring up, but I've been talking about this since we started the land use code, is using vacation rental permits as an incentive to create more deed restricted rentals and housing, right? Like if you're willing to work with a developer or a homeowner to say, look, you're building a fourplex. If you make one of them deed restricted, you can have a vacation rental permit for the other one, and then the other two are market rate. Like, I think those kinds of policies are super smart to incentivize private developers to create deed restriction too. So that is something that we don't have explicitly anywhere. But I guess my question to you, Lucy, is how would you handle, maybe we don't have to make it explicit in the code, but how will someone come into you and say, hey, I want to build a fourplex? Would the town consider this? What would our current process be for that?
Like, I'm gonna build a fourplex, I want a vacation rental, and I'll give you a deed restricted unit. We don't have a way to do that right now.
Yeah.
So if it didn't meet the requirements of our current standards being, you know, like if it was an R1 or R2, if it's a fourplex. R2's capped, so we wouldn't be able to issue one. And we do not allow variance applications in any way that would, the granting of a variance would give someone a vacation rental permit.
Yes. And I think that's a gap. I think that's a gap in our code, because I think we could potentially have options where we have more deed restriction from the private market by offering that incentive. Because right now people aren't incentivized to do that. They lose money unless they get public funding or something to make gap funding. It doesn't happen. So that'd be my only comment on, we are silent on those kind of options.
Okay. Is that something you want to see presented?
I'm just one opinion, so that's the only change substantively thus far.
I think it just opens up a whole nother, like, are we gonna allow into R1 again? Are we gonna, like, we're already capped in R2, so then we'd have to build in R1, or is it only in MU? Like, where would we allow these? I think that question alone would open up the whole vacation rental process, in my mind.
Okay.
I agree.
Which I think, I mean, when we had, it's like 8 o'clock, I'm trying to have these conversations we had originally, but like the intent was really around regulating short-term rentals, because we've seen time and time again, them being an increase in the cost, a reason for the cost of living and increase in housing prices, which is something we were trying to support. And so that's the balance. And I mean, and I don't know about other communities doing that, but I think opening up to more short-term rentals would lead to that increase in housing prices.
I'm still keen to find ways for private developers to build us the housing we want. I'm always curious about what are the tools that we could use to make that happen, because right now there's very few incentives for private developers to build more affordable. But yeah.
Or a piece of land around the hillside. Yeah.
Okay,
sounds like there's not interest in opening up the.
okay. Sounds good. We'll go with no action for now on that one. And then land use code user experience. I've received some comments that the land use code is difficult to navigate, difficult understanding the cross-reference sections, and kind of a lack of public awareness on standards and procedures. Perhaps there is a need for education. We tried to do a lot of outreach this year, but maybe more user-friendly resources could be helpful. But ultimately, that is the number one part of my job, is helping people navigate the land use code. And I'm always available to do that. But I'm not sure if you guys are interested in prioritizing staff creating some resources.
What would be the additional resources?
Like user guides, or like, I want to build a single unit dwelling, or I want to build a vacation rental. This is how I do it, you know? That would take us.
I was just saying.
My feeling about the cross-referencing is that you can get so out of control with that it becomes just as dense as just reading the thing. And like, I understand it's a very long document, but
yeah,
my feeling is that the confusion that exists isn't going to be rectified by like any specific.
Yeah.
And instead like just offering you it as a resource and other,
yeah. And I will note that when I do pre-application meetings, you know, applicants get a pre-app checklist and they get standards and they get, you know, everything they need to apply. I think these comments are coming from people who are not going through the application process.
I was gonna say, you've done all these things.
Yeah, I've pretty much done all these things, but not like one document that's
You
available.
gotta turn on the computer. That's part of the difficulty process. You turn it on, then you log in.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is.
Okay, just want to make you all aware of these.
Do you feel like it's helpful? The one group I would wonder about is our realtor group, like, because they're the one interacting most with potential homeowners, what can and can't be done here. Like, is there value to targeting a couple common things related to our realtors, or what?
That's a great point. And we've actually done that.
That's what I was, like, you did that.
We did a realtor training and we had pretty much every realtor in town and a few from out of town attend, and we created a realtor guide to how to read the land use code. So, and that's available for anyone. So.
Is that on our website?
I think we posted it on our website at one point. It might not be there anymore, but we could probably put it back up there. Yeah.
Great. Yeah. I was thinking, I was like, I feel like we did this.
Yeah. Okay, that sounds good. Okay, we only have two more. Anvil Mountain Development Guide. So the Anvil Mountain Development Guide was adopted before the current land use code, and now contains inconsistencies with the land use code. When we adopted the Anvil Mountain Development Guide, we always kind of planned on updating it to be consistent with the land use code. Additionally, the county has use covenant restrictions that create a lot of requirements for Anvil residents. But the town does not have the authority to enforce those. Nor, I think, does the town have interest in doing that. As we did not adopt what's in the use covenants.
Those apply because of the way the lots were purchased?
Right. So there's like a recorded use covenants restriction on the lot. And use covenants includes things like the Anvil use covenants includes things like the slope of your roof needs to be a certain way. And you are required to have 2 parking spaces, which is more stringent than the land use code. And your house needs to be reviewed by a design board that is no longer, or hasn't met in a while. And these are all county requirements. And there may need to be a town, county, Anvil residence process to amend all 3 of these documents to ensure consistency and clarity, and making sure that the development in Anvil is what the town, the county, and its residents want it to look like. We met.
Sounds so burdened. I mean, like, folks over there are having to deal with like 4 different things.
Yeah.
Three different.
Yeah, it's extremely confusing and frustrating. And Gloria and I met with Anvil, as Jordan mentioned in his public comment back in August. And Anvil residents are very frustrated. And there's definitely a need to update the development guide to align with the land use code, which I think could be a simpler process, but ultimately for the best, what would be best for Anvil residents is to get the county involved. But this would probably be a larger public process that might require a kind of an outside source coming in, someone like community builders to help facilitate the process.
Right, because you're dealing with 3 different things.
Mhm.
When you say development guide, you mean that's different from the use covenants?
So sorry, there's 3 documents. So there's the use covenants, the kind of the original document that is kind of the way that the county required land use standards. And then the Anvil Mountain Development Guide, which the town had to create when we annexed Anvil. And those standards went somewhat off of the county's guidelines and somewhat off of what we thought the new land use code might look like because it hadn't been adopted yet. And then there's the land use code.
Okay. And the use covenants apply to all the lots in Anvil?
All the lots in Anvil, but they're all different. So lots 17, 16, 18 have to have a slope roof of X while whatever. So it's not one document, it's multiple.
And it applies even to the ones that like were deeded over to the town from the county?
Yes.
It travels with those lots.
Right.
Yep,
And-
okay.
And we have to have the county to agree, like, okay.
Yeah, it's recorded to the lot, so we would need the county involved if we wanted to request that those documents be amended.
And probably each property owner.
Yes, it would include the property owner and the county to amend those essentially deed restrictions.
Which is why you think you would need to bring in someone to facilitate that.
Yes, and I think there's, some hard conversations that need to be had and some visioning that the Anvil residents need.
Like what?
Like, do
Putting on the spot.
we want to have, we have really large setbacks to accommodate parking, but now we have families that want front yards, which is super valid. And like conversations like that, I think are hard to have.
How people are using the lots and building on them is coming up against some of the original intentions, covenants, et cetera. There's probably some unintended stuff that like, we think it should be this, but now that people are using it, wow, that's
right.
And we're very complicated because there's 3 separate things people are dealing with.
Well, and I feel like even with the parking, I feel like the theory across the state has changed over the last like 5 years on how many parking spaces should be required in a dwelling. Just time changes.
So budget, staff time, like. This isn't something we can ignore, like, people in Anvil need a resolution.
Yeah, I mean, there are like really small, minor changes that we can make and we can work with the county kind of behind the scenes to work on this. Or we can have kind of a more robust process to kind of overhaul the Anvil Mountain Development Guide.
Do you feel like that when you had your meeting with Gloria and folks in Anvil, like people are up for having this larger visioning conversation?
Yes, that's kind of what left the meeting with pretty much most people in Anvil requesting at that.
Well, can we start with the development guide being updated to align with the land use code?
Absolutely.
Like easy, so then we're just talking about 2 things, land use code and use covenants from the county.
And not making any substantial changes, just aligning it.
Yeah, break it up piecemeal.
For now.
Now, does that make sense to you, Lucy, to take it like that? I mean, that's.
Yeah, we can start with that. And I do anticipate quite a few Anvil residents to, comment on that and request for changes to be made. But we can start with that.
So updating the development guides to match the land use code doesn't solve a number of residents' concerns, issues, comments. Well, then that's the question is it worth updating that? Is that a good starting point, or is it not helpful because you're gonna want to revisit it anyways?
Well, I think it's still helpful because it sounds like the next step then would be a larger vision conversation, which is going to take a process. Like, it sounds like the ask is to bring in someone to help, which takes budget and staff time and a project plan that won't be in the next 6 months, right?
Yeah.
So at least you only have 2 guides to look at, then can make note of additional comments for a larger strategic shift there.
Well, then do we have a whole neighborhood that's saying we don't want to abide by the land use code?
Is that what's happening?
I don't think that, I think the biggest issue with land use code and with the Anvil development guide in this moment is the parking and the fences. And there's also a need for storage units to be built on the property or on some properties. People have expressed that they want that. I guess it's not a need. And the land use code limits that. You can't build storage structures in the front of your properties, but in Anvil, you have such a large front setback that it only makes sense to build in the front. So it's small things like that.
They are different.
Yeah, exactly, because of the layers of the lot. So it's small things like that, but it's also larger things like parking and front yards and fencing.
But is that the covenant, not the development guide?
No, that's the land use code.
Oh.
The covenant is things like parking is part of the covenant as well.
Is it that they don't agree and there's 3 different things that they have to go by, or is it that they don't like the current land use code?
I think it's both.
And maybe like the land use code was developed more with the rest of town in mind, and the way that structures are situated on the lots is different there too.
Right. Yeah.
And it's also there's the highest density of new building in that area.
Right, of course they
have so many of these things coming up because all of a sudden 10 people want to put a fence in over there and 5 people want to put a shed in, and like when we moved there was 3 structures and now there's like 20. So all these things are coming up and then we have conflicting documents to guide them.
Right.
Yeah.
We'll say that one of the issues with the streets is snow removal, and the reason they're that wide is to allow for place to put snow, or John can speak more to that. So it's not just parking, but I definitely feel their plight.
And when you have rapid development, there's going to be growing pains with it of like how we're all using this is, oh, this isn't working anymore. So. Yeah.
I support a larger process just because we are about to put in a bunch more units down there. And I hear even things like people being concerned about the other larger units. And so I think this will just continue to come up if there's not a larger process.
So question to the board is, does it still make sense to align the development guide with the land use code? So right now, and so then my question would be, there still would be an Anvil Mountain Development Guide that just applies to Anvil?
Yes, which we have to have because it's a planned unit development. So it has to have this separate document. So maybe we move forward with the small changes that we can make to the Anvil Development Guide that are just really to align with the land use code. And maybe we also bring you some information about what a larger process would look like. Okay.
And there may be a couple of the key issues that are coming. Like these are the key things in Anvil that keep coming up that don't fit the land use code generically.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Jim.
Well, I just feel like there's so many lots down there. I mean, can't we just take this on a case by case and you guys can handle this? Simple thumbs up, thumbs down. Your fence is in the wrong place, move it. You need 2 cars? Okay. You want a shed? Fine. Or say no. I like saying no.
I think that,
But and I think this would streamline it until we get a better process in there.
I guess though, yeah, I think we should align it with the current land use code. But the larger process is to address the issues that people are facing, that you have to have 2 parking spaces, but that's also your front yard space. Like, I hear that concern because people want, it's like their property. So it's kind of like having that larger conversation.
And my worry with just having staff do it on case by case is then like, why does that apply to Anvil residents, but so-and-so down the other
Yeah.
block can't just say, well, I want a variance from the land use code to put in my shed wherever I want.
Because that's your neighbor's property. You can't do that.
No, what's on their property? On their property, Jim. We're talking about.
I know, I'm joking, but I still believe that there is an easier way that, until we get to the bigger overall, guidance.
It is just easier, you know, for example, with sheds, like it's easy to put a shed on your setback when you have room on the side and back of your house.
They don't have it.
And if you have to put it in the front yard, then ask for it. And if you guys say no, then say no.
Yeah. So why don't we bring forward kind of the simpler code amendments along with some of the larger issues that maybe require more public process to tackle, and then we can decide if we want to move forward with more of a public process.
How's that sound to you?
That sounds good. Yeah, I think based on our conversation with Anvil residents, I definitely would recommend we get a facilitator and we go through a public process. So I think that if they know that that's.
Like JJ? I like that.
Bring the fidgets.
Okay, cool. We will do that. And then the last one is dark sky regulations, which we don't need to get into. We've had a lot of conversation about that. I think staff is looking for direction on when you would like to hold a work session on dark sky regs.
Let's see on here.
It's so dark.
Okay. There she got it. Yay, 8:30.
Late.
When is it good for staff? I don't know. February, should we do February?
27?
Maybe.
Right, that's it.
All right, why don't we?
Lucy, we can schedule it sometime in February.
Okay, February, perfect. That sounds great. I will work on that. And that is all. I have all the direction I need. Thank you all. 1 year review. That's a big review. So thank you.
I also noted, I wrote this down, but I just wanted to say it, like, I know this probably felt like a lot, but that document's huge. I sat in a lot of meetings talking about like eaves and none of that came up. So overall, I think it's pretty good. And there are some things that fine tune, but like overall, still excellent document.
And great with collecting feedback. Lisa.
Of course.
This met the intention, I think, of what the board was hoping for.
Glad to read all these comments, like it's helpful.
And to the commenters, again, we have such an engaged community that so many people took time to write paragraphs about our land use code. And it's clear that we have more to do. So, yeah. Historic review, what do we want to be when we grow up in the past?
Regardless. Oh, guys,
Yeah, thank you guys.
everybody.
Okay, thank you, Lucy. All
You had a
right,
good one there.
8B, moving on to more buildings, building and fire code update. Off to you, Bevan.
Okay. So this is the year, we're gonna be talking about code adoption. This is the year of state mandated code adoptions. We're gonna start with the wildfire resilience code. That is, we're required to adopt it by April 1st and start enforcing by July 1st. For any of you who don't know what that means, we're being faced with changing weather and more wildfires. The state is trying to make our communities safer. It's going to require stricter building codes. It's going to require defensible spaces around your property. And we are in a community in the, what's called the WUI, the Wildfire Urban Interface. And so I'll start with new construction on that is, who does it affect? New construction, 500, all new construction, residential, commercial, 500 square foot increase to a footprint. So on like an addition, or if you're remodeling 25% of the exterior of the structure or more. And this, we fortunately utilize a lot of the building design is with what they're requiring, like metal roofs, a lot of non-combustible or fire resistant siding material. Where it's going to come into play more is telling residents that they need to cut certain trees down or thin out the vegetation on their property, or not have stack their wood on their porch. And where this is really coming to play is with insurance companies, because they are having, the state's trying to work with insurance companies and with communities to make this work so that communities can have insurance in the event of a wildfire. But we look at places like Paradise and Hawaii and Palisades, it's a serious challenge. And we're going to be asking a lot of our residents, our community, to change, to adapt to this, this new code. So I think the building aspect of it is not as difficult. There are zones, you know, there's essentially a class 1 and a class 2. Class 1 is less restrictive. And that mapping is created by the state, and that our classification for town could change depending upon what the fire scene looks like out there. But as of now, we're in the yellow, and in town would be a class 1, and that requires a metal, you know, a fire rated metal roof, some thinning around the structure of plants and trees, cleaning your gutters, not having pine needles on your roof, minimal or there's specific vegetation in the first 5 feet around your structure. Then you get into class 2, and that's really in the county, and those are structures that are surrounded by woods, and I won't get too deep into that, but so I think the bigger challenge with this is going to be, we have to enforce it. It's going to be working on the property and the vegetation around the property and the habits of, you know, you have to have your firewood stacked 30 feet away from the structure. Items like that. I know of a friend who's was dropped, his insurance dropped him because he took a photo of his house and he had firewood on the porch, and they released him. So it's real. Not here to scare our residents. I will be providing nights of education and to try and I'll need your help. And I've gotten certified in assessing structures for ignition potential along with Jim Donovan. So that's, and working with the fire department, which I'm also volunteer at, to help bring everyone together to make this, you know, tolerable. Any questions on this before I jump to building code?
I have questions.
Yeah.
Because on the map, I went to this session at CML. And so it's something I've been thinking about because some of the town is in that red area. That's not like the like higher level. So we have to treat those homes differently then, like they're kind of more on this side of town. So.
And that varies. The mapping is going to change. So I've looked at it today and it's going to be different than June in the summer. So I will certainly address it with them and I'll look at it specifically because it requires more. It's certainly easier for me to establish that on new construction. It's harder with modifying an existing home. It could be tempered windows, doors. There's aspects of it that get more expensive, changing your siding, non-combustible deck. It could require, a steel frame for your deck, your porch. So, and, but I'm happy to address it with anyone that has questions about it. It is more strict. And I think addressing the perimeter of the property is gonna be the first step. And then we kind of move in from there.
Cause I remember them talking about this, that like the maps were changeable, maybe is a
They change.
old word.
Well, I thought they changed often.
They do.
Yeah.
They do.
That based on like what it actually looks like versus just like a GIS map, right? So is there, I guess I'm leading to a question of like, is there an opportunity for a resident who's like, my home shouldn't actually be in a red zone, like petition or work with you on that?
Yeah, I mean, I can't.
Yeah.
I don't know, not having gone through this with the state yet, I don't know if they're gonna send someone out and say, hey, that house is a class 2 and they need to mitigate more.
Mhm.
And that may come down really more on the insurance company that might be covering that house. I don't know. And so this brings up my bigger concern is we have all this federal land, 88% of our county is federal land. And we need to ask or demand more from them to get assistance in mitigating and defueling the forest. Because we can do all that we want here in town. If we get a lightning strike and we're not, mitigating the real threat on the mountainside, all of that we're doing here is going to be really challenged. So it's why I'm working with the fire department to try and get funding to support wildfire crews, so that we can constantly, when they're not fighting fires, they could be thinning the forest, getting the beetle kill out.
A lot of that funding was cut.
It's
A lot of that funding was cut for wildland.
It was cut. Yeah. I mean, it's not a lot of money and I think it's important enough that the town and county needs to find a way to get it done because we're going to be at a point where anything that we do to support that we're going to benefit from. But the longer that we wait and not train and not get equipment up, we're putting ourselves all at risk. And I'll say that to everyone. And it's a concern of mine when I moved here. And I didn't really want to join the fire department, but I felt like I had to because I've been volunteered on fire department. I don't like being hot. I hate, and yet I feel like it's really important that we protect our homes, let alone, residents and guests, if they're in harm's way.
Well, I think we can serve as an advocacy role in trying to make sure that the federal partners are ponying up money.
I have one more question. I'm sorry. I know you're spelling code. A lot of homes are rentals, right? So this is a requirement of a landlord to do Or like, I see a lot of scenarios in which there are just not great landlords. And you are going to go to a property and be like, this needs to change, and the landlord won't do anything about it. And so I guess I'm worried about that process a little bit, being on the renter who it's not their home, it's not their responsibility, and not on the landlord. And I don't really know, I guess, like, my question is like, have you thought about how to kind of manage those like really challenging conversations?
Yeah, I mean, you can have renter's insurance and that may cover you, but it has to go through the owner.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna do that. And if it has to come down to issuing summonses, I will. And it's gonna be a bigger problem for them when they get dropped.
Right, I mean,
So,
I rent, have all these problems, it's great, but not every landlord is, and I could see that
yeah,
mitigating.
and I'm here to discuss it with them and educate them, inform them of the consequences of it. And it's that serious, aside from, hey, I want my neighbor to be managing their property. Because if they don't, I'm at more risk.
You can do all the defensible space you want, but if your
Yeah.
neighbor hasn't done it, it doesn't help.
Right, right. And being on the fire department, I don't need more work when I'm fighting a fire. I mean, I was asked at one of the conferences, how many fires could you manage? How many structure fires can you manage at one time? I'm like, maybe 3 if we're lucky. And no one in the room with much bigger fire departments said they could handle more than 3 at once. And that's just to give you perspective. And if we throw wind into it, then we're all in a lot of hurt. So I take it very seriously. So this would be well above the RV, enforcement in town. And I can speak to a lot of it in the building side, on the fire side, and I'm comfortable with that. But it's a little daunting too, because it's being impressed on us. I'm working with other jurisdictions, Plata, fire, most heavily to understand and, consider amendments to it, but they have to be even more stringent than what is in place to be allowed.
It's another unfunded mandate, but it's an important.
Yes.
A couple comments or suggestions I had is, as you work with other regional partners, like, can we have common educational materials, or, like, can we have some common stuff that we could provide to residents, and maybe a couple like info community sessions? Because I think to a certain extent, this is on people's radar because we see insurance prices going up. If you're a homeowner, you're seeing insurance prices going up or inability to get insurance. And so I think it would be on people's radar if they could show up and kind of know, oh, what do I need to work on? What do I need to pay attention to? So public education. And do you think I know this is an unfunded mandate, but do you think there's any grants out there for doing some of that education, or like brochures or flyers, or
I'm working.
help with any of this?
So I'm working with Jim Donovan, OEM, on scheduling some educational nights through the winter. I've joined to be a volunteer to be an ambassador for Wildfire Adapted org. And that is basically an ambassadorship to help educate on this exact matter, on how to address and comply with this upcoming code. So yes, there's, I've got some movies, I've got periodical and paper material. I've got other organizations that people can get information from. And we're looking at possibly bringing in some federal individuals that work for the Forest Service to help speak on this BLM.
Yeah.
Yeah. So as soon as I have dates and more information on that, I'll let you know. But we're definitely, heavy education so that it's not as conflictive.
Because you would have to be writing summonses or tickets this summer. Or, well, July, there's the energy code stuff, but are you gonna be writing tickets related to this or how? You have to enforce it by July 1st.
Start enforcing, but yeah. And so it'll probably be conversations and warnings and timelines required. And then it'll be issuing summonses. If it's
Yeah, egregious.
egregious, then we're a different conversation.
Questions on my end?
Yeah, knowing that other municipalities and other counties are fighting this and pushing back. Are we at all pushing back a little bit like?
I don't know if other communities are pushing back on this yet, other than.
Well, I know our community down south of us, as well as the county down south of us, are pushing back pretty hard on all this, like including the Builders Association. So my question to you is, are we just going along with this happily and implementing everything as it goes along? Or are we asking tough questions and really holding folks' feet to the fire?
Yeah, I mean, I'm meeting with fire marshals and, we're all in it with serious questions. At the same time, it's not, if it saves my home and my neighbor's home, it's not that restrictive.
Right.
It's supportive.
Two-parter, essentially, because there's the wildlife resiliency code, and then there's also the energy efficiency code. Right, so this is actually a two-parter.
This is a two-parter. That's why I wanted to address the wildfire first. I've got Kim Wheels on, with us from the Eco Action Partners, and she's available to help answer questions.
Energy side.
On the energy side, right.
And how many other municipalities have adopted Eco Action Partners energy plans?
Well, let's 1 second. Are we moving off of wildfire?
No, because it's all encompassing in this one document. And my question is, if one is different than the other, shouldn't these be two separate conversations?
You mean two separate memos or?
And conversations.
I'm here to just start the conversation tonight because, WRC is right upon us. I mean, we've got 4 months to 3.5 months to get that knocked down and adopted. We have a little bit more time for energy, but not much. And they are two separate. They share some, but it's mostly different. And the issue of unfunded, mandate is real. And that, I agree, is a problem. And that's been brought up by other communities. Whether or not they want to, comply is another story. There are other communities and counties that don't have building codes. They're in much worse shape because they don't even know how to enforce this. They don't have building and code officials. So I wanted to specifically keep them separate, but talk about them tonight so that I didn't make it messy.
No, and going on your point, Lindsay, about this, the wildfire resiliency code in a municipality such as ours, where we do have water suppression throughout the community, there is an ongoing conversation about that. And that's why my thought was, we're not going to just jump into something and say, hey, we're going to adopt this whole thing, knowing that we have fire suppression throughout our community. We have, where in the county, they don't. So we can adjust accordingly for us here locally and not just adopt some blanket template that other communities are adopting.
We don't have much of a choice in this from the state standpoint. So if you have an idea on that, I'm open to listen to it. And I agree with you, like,
Conversations are great.
I'm less concerned about it, about our town safety, and I'm more concerned about the county's safety.
I agree.
And it's, you know, we're in 2015 building code, the county is in 06. It's a bigger concern for them. Pretty much every structure in the county really needs to have water suppression on hand, whether it's sprinklers or, you know, standpipes, what have you. And there are aspects of that code that conflict, you know, you don't want to remove too many trees because you don't want them visible, and yet you need to remove enough trees so that you can comply with the state or, you know, yeah. So, and but it is, I'm talking about water sources, in town so that we don't have to draft everything. If we, you know, 3 buildings would take out our 200,000 gallons real quick. And so the impact of that on the rest of the community, if it happens in the winter, it's even more detrimental and problematic because of the freezing. So I don't sleep a lot because I'm thinking about this. And I'm open to all questions and, you know.
Jim, did you have a suggestion for like state advocacy? Cause like, I kind of agree with you, like, if we can't have wood next to our homes, like, I don't know how half the homes in Silverton are gonna heat their house.
Yeah, at the same time, the state mandate, whether you follow it or not, you're not gonna have insurance if you have wood
Yeah.
outside your house. Like
Yeah.
I just had insurance come over and they were like, yeah, we're not insuring you. And in my case, I can't have my house if I can't be insured anyway, so it says.
Yeah, that's a good
I
point.
think that we are a little bit more in a bind because we're statutory. And so
Yeah.
anything that the state says,
Gotta do.
we're kind of bound.
Yeah.
So.
Well, let me throw something else in. We're looking at infill with housing, correct? So now we're building houses closer together and you have a fire. And instead of one house burning, you've got 3 burning. So
I know, that's a great
So
point.
will insurance companies insure you if you have a neighbor that's too close to you? I mean, that's a question that's not been known for a long time, but.
Sure, but we've had houses, structures that are burned in town that are all next to one another. It does increase the potential risk. It's partly why we build to the newer building codes to keep them.
Safer.
But yeah, it's all real. I mean.
So moving forward, I know it's getting later. So this is informational. So I've heard a comment that maybe we should push back a little bit, or that the board would potentially like to provide a little feedback to the state about the implications to small communities like ours on these codes. And so is there direction that the board would like staff to draft a letter that we would share through, we can share it through Bennett, Hurd, we can share it through all the offices. You know, I get emails from Blair all the time.
Sorry, it would just be state, be Stewart.
Right. For our state representatives, so do we want to draft that in addition to just moving forward as needed?
Specifically,
Letter?
yeah, I'll write the letter. 4 words. Yours truly. So really just 2 words. I think that's one aspect of this, and then the other aspect is the energy side of it. Knowing our homes, knowing our community, knowing the folks that live here. This is a burden that, man, we're asking folks to throw out a lot of cash.
Yes, I want to address energy before we get too deep into addressing why we don't want to comply. And if that's okay with you.
Yeah, so let's move on to the energy code.
Yes, yeah, because then you can understand the other costs of it. So Kim Wheels again is here from Eco Action Partners, Eco Action. And if anyone has questions that my brain can't answer. She's completely available here.
Can we promote her to panelist just so that's done? Thank you. And then we'll, thanks Kim for joining us here for a long time. It's getting late, I know. Amy, you hanging in there over there on East Coast time?
Yes, I am.
Thanks for being here. Okay, go ahead, Evan.
So, Colorado low energy and carbon code adoption needs to occur by July 1st of this year. And again, it's another state mandated. It's coming from the energy conservation code, and I'm requesting that town adopt the 2024 codes for building, IRC, International Residential Code, the International Building Code, along with fire and plumbing and the other aspects of construction that we follow. And that's moving from 2015 to 24. We have to be in 2021 IECC code for this year. And we go to 24, it's a little bit less restrictive and it's a little bit more flexible. It's more prescriptive, and it's still performance driven, but it allows for some a numbering system, so you can be less energy efficient in one area and more in another, as long as you meet the average minimums. You can achieve it and comply. The emphasis on this code is to reduce carbon and increase electrification. So we have a state goal of being net zero by 2050. So there are stepped goals all along the way to achieve that. And there's a big push on just efficiency. I mean, while there's a cost in the added features of the building and the process, there are immediate benefits to it as well. And I think people have seen that in town when they've built more efficient homes that have, more than newspaper in the walls. And so we're looking at everything from airtight homes with caulking and insulation in the framing to continuous insulation on the outside of the structure to help reduce on thermal bridging, which is basically it draws energy out of the house. When you see on the roof, you can see the joists on the roof, the lines, that's heat transfer and icing on the roof, and that's a loss of heat. So even through a 2x6 or 8 or whatever is up there, there's mechanical air, so it circulates. When you're building these tight homes, you need to bring in fresh air and exhaust stale air. If you don't, you end up problems with mold, with
respiratory,
with things like your range hood or your fireplace not drawing properly. And so we're still learning a lot about that, but it's pretty definitive, and it'll be required after the code adoption. That brings in other issues of having the performance of the home evaluated, but it has a lot of benefits. And you can build, my brother's building a home right now, passive house. He really won't have much of a utility bill to speak of. He won't need much heat, and this is in Maine. So they're in zone 6, we're in zone 7. So we're a little colder, but the return is there. It may not be financially immediately, but you're gonna have utility bills that are not $800 for propane or for electric for the month in Silverton. It could be 60. So, true benefits there. The other aspects of this, there's fuel debiasing. It's really, we're focused on electrification. Doesn't mean that you have to be all electric. You just need to be providing solar ready, EV, electric vehicle ready, and electric ready for more, say it's appliances that are not
Sorry,
gas.
the volume is doing that thing again, the gargling. Sorry to interrupt you.
So
Just take 1 minute and then we'll get the volume reset.
Amy, is that better? Can you hear us?
Yes. Thank you.
So in a nutshell, the low energy and carbon code is designed to achieve that state goal of moving away from carbon emissions and being at the net zero. And one of the ways that we have to achieve that is through electrification. And so some of the preparation in building and construction has been through solar, through EV ready, and people are doing that. Heat pumps are the main push on how to heat going forward efficiently. And they do work, and they're getting better month by month with cold climate heat pumps that do work. Any questions that Kim or I can answer? Come on, Jim, I know you got some.
Jim's ready to sign the letter again. I think the question is, so like, this is a requirement. Yes?
Yep.
For new builds.
For new builds.
Well, yes, new builds.
Yeah.
And then depending upon the size of a renovation or a remodel, it could trigger full code compliance.
But it just doesn't mean that all these homes in Silverton need to update, because I think that'll be a common piece of misinformation.
No, in time, when they, yeah, exactly. Kim, any comments on that?
Sure, I can chime in. Thanks for having me a part of the conversation. Yeah, so the energy code applies to new construction, and as Bevan said, any renovations or additions that are beyond a certain size. And that's written into the code, and that's how current building codes are anyway. That's always the case. So, and I also want to really make it clear that the low energy and carbon code is the state's version of the 2024 IECC. And it actually creates benefits and more flexibility from the 2024 IECC to allow for more energy efficient items can qualify for credits, which are required as part of the prescriptive method for the code, as well as other parts of it. So there's more flexibility. It creates parity and equity between different fuel sources, but it allows for all types of fuel. There is no limitation. We're not excluding any sort of fuel with this code adoption. There would not be anything that would be required to be excluded or et cetera. So that's just been another point of confusion that I really wanted to make clear, that this is the low energy and carbon code includes electric ready which is a separate code that was developed by the state, and now that's included in the low energy and carbon code, but that's electric ready. It's not all electric required. They're different things. So those are just kind of the high level things that I can chime in on.
Thanks, Kim.
Yes.
Okay, I want to move us through this discussion. So we have state mandated requirements on the wildfire resiliency code and the new model low energy and carbon code. That has to be implemented. Right, firstly worded.
That's also state mandated?
Can I chime in real quickly? Sorry to
Yeah, go ahead,
interrupt you.
Kim. Thank you.
But let me just make that really clear. So the requirement, as Bevan said, currently with any building code change, the requirement would be to adopt the 2021 IECC and the electric ready code. The 2021 IECC is actually more stringent than the 2024 IECC or the low energy and carbon code. So that isn't the direction that we're recommending or suggesting. As of July 1st of this year, any building code revision would require adoption of the low energy and carbon code. So the requirement doesn't start until July 1st. Our region has had a grant from the state to support moving forward with the adoption of the low energy and carbon code, recognizing that in rural, remote regions like this, our building energy codes are not regularly updated as frequently as, say, Denver or other cities because of the resources it takes to update codes. So we have been aiming for adoption of the most advanced and the code that is going to be required anyway to be able to provide the support across our region that's needed for adoption of the code. So that's the reason for why it's been chosen. And our current timeline for adoption, the end of the grant is June 30th. We are hoping that we will be able to extend that for a few months for jurisdictions that might need a little bit of extra time, but it won't be very long that we would be able to do so. So that's the reason for the current timeline with our support to help the town of Silverton. And I know Bevan also expressed to me that given his busy season of the summer, that adopting along with the wildfire code and streamlining adoption process before construction season gets really busy would be helpful from his schedule. So that's one of the things we've talked about. I just wanted to clarify that timeline for what's required and what we're looking for at and why we're looking for the first half of this year to support Silverton with this effort.
That's super helpful, Kim. Question on process wise. So what would this support look like over the next 4 months? What does the board need to expect? What do we need to put on the calendar, et cetera?
So Eco Action Partners and our team can support with, we have a draft ordinance drafted up. We have a regional amendment package drafting up. So all of the technical language, all the adoption package language, as well as presentations to the town of trustees, as well as any others. We are providing education we've provided education over the past year that Bevan has attended, I think every single one of those opportunities. They are open to contractors and the entire building community across the region. We are having one coming up in February that is specific just for building department, planning department staff to become really educated on the code and to get their questions answered without other community members. So it can be really dialed in for enforcement and understanding of the code. And then we're having a broader building community-wide education opportunity in March that covers all the details related to low energy and carbon code, our regional amendment package, opportunities for everybody to learn and discuss. So there's full support with adoption process for your jurisdiction, as well as educating the building community.
Okay, great. That's really helpful. So board.
Full support within the community or full support within the region? Because I have, my question is, and my statement prior to my question is, for 6 years now, I have pushed back against anything that has incurred additional costs on Silvertonians. That's number one. And I do not see, and I've read the literature myself, I do not see the upfront cost balancing out down the road. I just don't see that. That's number one. Number two, there are aspects that I've been told, and again, correct me if I'm wrong, but there are aspects of this that I've been told that would encourage residents of different areas that adopt this to discourage other heat sources, other fuel sources, whether it be wood or propane or what have you. Can you dispel some of those rumors?
There is nothing about the code that discourages multiple options of fuel sources. And I know
Okay.
that's currently in Silverton's code as a requirement of redundancy. I have
Right.
it here. I live in Ophir. I have 3 different fuel sources for heat. So I totally understand. And that
I think we all should. Yes.
there's nothing that prohibits that whatsoever. It actually, by requiring electric readiness, it actually allows homeowners to have the option, even if during new construction, a homeowner chooses not to put in, say, a heat pump. If they wanted to down the road, or if the house sold, it's a whole lot easier to put it in if the house is electric ready than if that hasn't been accounted for in the original design and construction of the house. So it encourages the variety of options. It's the best way to answer your question.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Sure.
It sounds like, to summarize, what I heard you say, Kim, is these will be requirements anyways, starting July 1st. We can get support from Eco Action if we start working on this now. The 2021 code is more stringent. And if we are going to make a change, which it sounds like we need to, we should go to the 2024 that's more flexible. And so I guess my question is sort of like, what else can we do? I guess we just move forward. I hear your concerns, Jim, because I agree.
I would like to see more
Regulations.
information on all of this,
Yeah. So
to be honest, if that's okay with everybody.
I think we'll have to see the code, like I think process, right?
The purpose tonight was for him to just let you know that this is coming.
And I
So-
kicked your ass and I'm sorry.
Just-
I got way too excited and I'm sorry. Okay. 4 hours in.
Okay, so next steps are Melina, Bevan, and Kim, the various things that you mentioned. We will be seeing this and talking about it again. I am in favor of getting support. If we have to do it anyways, getting it in ways that we have support doing it. But yes, it sounds like we're not past the same tonight. But we're getting more
I
information.
like party distinctions.
Right, it's 9 o'clock.
And my apologies for getting too excited.
Right, no apology necessary.
Okay, any other comments for the good of the order? We good on moving forward? Thank you, Bevan, for all of that. Thanks, Kim, for being here. We really appreciate it.
Thank
And
you.
I'm sure this will just be one of several, so we appreciate your time.
Absolutely.
Bevan.
Thank you.
Thanks for bringing this to our attention, Bevan. I know it was something that we need to get on our radar.
Yep.
Okay, building and fire code update, more to come. Now, Sarah, thanks for hanging out with us. 8C DOLA Ready Grant. Speaking of heating, you're still in your hat and coat. No, what?
Should have moved to the beginning.
I know, we should have.
Oh, it's fine. Listen. So Salmon Development is seeking to apply through the Ready Grant through DOLA to establish a facade enhancement grant for local businesses in the town of Silverton. This grant application just opened up and is due February 4th, so it's open just for a little bit. And we are seeking support from the town of Silverton to submit this application through the town. We do need a municipality support, or government support, whether that's the town or the county. And Salmon Development is hoping that you all can help us submit this application. If awarded, the grant applicants will be selected in June and then funds would come through in July. If we're awarded, the grant will have a 2-year term. Will require up to 50% matching contribution, but that 50% match can be provided by businesses if they're interested in applying. So Salmon Development nor the town would have to provide a match, which is pretty great. We are providing a option, since Salem Development does do small business loans. The business can also apply for a loan instead of requiring that match through their personal funds. So, yeah, if you all have any questions about the program, I have a full handout on that. I do have a board meeting with Salem Development next week, and we will be meeting to kind of just solidify like requirements and what the just rule and regulations will be. So, yeah. Questions?
Very cool. I love this coming off of the dark sky stuff, which is like ways that people can be helped to historic stuff, dark sky sign, all that great stuff.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, and I think right now, this is definitely more still in the brainstorming or just planning phase. We are seeking more funds than we need because something like this needs more money in the pool. So especially to start out with. So.
And just to clarify, the businesses that were included in the presentation in the PDF, those aren't the only ones that could benefit.
No,
It's giving examples.
Let's give examples that, you know, some might need some facade enhancements.
They might need paint color approval.
Yes. Yep. Yeah, and I think
Enhancements.
part of my like materials is according to our Main Street team, 75% of surrounding businesses of a business that enhances their facade will also enhance their facade within 3 years. And then sales and jobs will increase by 20%. So this is nothing but a great opportunity for us. And just so you're aware, many other communities have programs like this. Uray, Ridgeway, Montrose, Durango, Cortez, Mancos, Pagosa. So we're kind of in the middle of this area. And we're the only ones that don't have the program like this at the moment. So this is kind of one of my projects that I've been working on the past year. So yeah. Great.
Thanks for being here, Sarah. Thanks for lasting so long.
Thank you, thank you.
Okay, I promise we'll get a break before executive session. Committee reports, number 9. It's been slow. I have one committee report. The chamber it's not related to a chamber meeting, but I just want to put it out to the board. I have been serving as the town representative on the chamber, and I was chatting with Deanne, and I was just thinking, I'm making a recommendation that I would step down on the chamber board and that we would have Taylor Rock, who's doing events coordination, step onto the chamber board as the town rep, for a couple of reasons. One, and talking with Deanne, that's the way it's often been. It's kind of been the events and kind of marketing person that's been on there, and that's been a good interface with the business owners and businesses in terms of tourism and events happening in town. And then 2, just with the number of committees that I'm on, I was like, chamber, I've done you for 4 years. It's been a lot of fun. And there's also kind of some new board members coming on as well. And so it seemed like a good time to make that transition. So unless there's strong opposition, that's my recommendation, is that we suggest Taylor Rock for the chamber. I did love 4 years of Cliff Pinto and Jim Harper.
That's what you should.
And Molly Burrell. And Mellon. It was great. Chamber board member.
Jack, I'm gonna miss you.
You get a.
T's gonna do a great job.
Yeah. So, and Taylor's really excited about this idea.
Good.
It was like a good time.
That's terrific.
Okay, great. Any other committee reports? Nobody met. One update, do we want to just say now finance committee meeting is not happening on MLK?
No, yeah, since it's Martin Luther King Jr. Day next Monday, we're not gonna have a finance committee meeting. The only thing that I would have for you potentially anyway is just actuals. So I'm just gonna put those on the board meeting for the 26th. And then hopefully I'll have some more interesting things for you to review February.
And or if you guys have stuff on your radar, let Melina know. Okay, open discussion, future agenda items. Amy, take it away.
Yes, sorry guys, I know it's late. But I just want to touch base a bit about my conversation recently with Shane Goranson and his property on 505 Green Street. I know, like, we know it was rezoned and the new zoning guidelines don't permit him to have a short-term rental. But it was permitted before he got rezoned and right before they began to build. Throughout the building process, he found the rates went up quite significantly, but the land use code was passed already, prohibiting him for a short-term rental. So that's just the background that we know. He came into our meeting with a pretty creative solution proposal that we talked a little bit about earlier. He suggested that if he can go ahead with a short-term rental in one of the units, he will reserve the other one for an affordable long-term rental based on AMI and affordable housing guidelines. And I just wanted to bring this up to see your thoughts. I think this offers a really good middle ground. And I know we just discussed not opening the conversation for private developers with short-term rentals. And I'm not advocating for this solution for everyone, but I do think this specific property is pretty unique as they were rezoned. So I just wanted to share my conversation with Shane. It was really great. And I do think this could be a great solution for him specifically.
Thanks, Amy. I would be very open to having this conversation for all kinds of reasons. I think they were casualties of the wetland moratorium. I think all kinds of things happen. And I still like the idea of private developers creating deed restricted units. So I'd be super open to having this. I would put two questions to one question to the board and one question to Clayton. One question is, it's not worth having if the majority of the board is opposed. And two, could we even legally, Clayton, is there a way to create a relationship? Like right now we have a cap on the permits for ADUs or for short-term rentals. Is there even an option for us to create some sort of contract negotiation, legal agreement that would allow this with this unit in this zoning district?
Yes. There, I mean, you control the use of land use and property, within reason, within the town boundary. So there's always, you can create exceptions. There's multiple routes to do that. So, I mean, the short answer is yes.
Okay, thank you. So it is possible. What's the board's sentiment on even having that discussion? The deed restriction for a short-term rental option?
No, I'm a no. They didn't have it wasn't a use by right anyway. They were in an avalanche zone, so they never had use by right for a short-term rental. And yeah.
Which lends itself to the whole discussion of doing the retainer wall for the avalanche issue. I think there were several things.
So they're wanting to make their home a long-term rental and the apartment.
I don't know what configuration. They just said they would be open to making one a deed restricted rental. Long-term. And the other to get the short-term rental permit. I mean, we can have it on the agenda and hear from them. Amy, did you have anything else to clarify there from what Shane was proposing?
No, that was the gist of it.
I think one of the things I've been thinking about this is like a precedent setting kind of move here of like, do we reopen different zoning because someone has come into us multiple times and really, wants to rezone their property to what they want it to be? Because there's always different scenarios of like, oh, I bought it this time and then I had a baby or like, whatever. And I think it's just like, if we start piecemealing different properties to allow for what we have set the land against what we've set the land use code, then that just opens up a whole other can of worms of now we're dealing with other applications coming into us. So I think it's either like we think about the like zoning and we change the restrictions, or we say no. Like, I think it's less about like, should we allow short-term rental there or not? It's more like, do we change the zoning for one property in one place because he's asked us a lot? What about all of the other properties that could come to us and ask us up front?
I still think when there's instances where it can be good for the town and our values, then there's potentially a reason to have the discussion. Like, because the town can get something that we state as part of our values. That's how I would kind of think about it. It's like, we're potentially getting something that's useful to us.
I'd recommend that we consider the impact of it being in the avalanche zone. And if it'll be precedent setting if we allow them and change it. I'm not saying that we can't do that, but it'll then trigger.
Well, and we did several years ago.
Red.
They were in the blue zone. They're in the blue zone of like the edge of their.
And we allowed ADUs in blue zones.
No,
We didn't allow short-term rentals.
no hotels, no motels, no short-term rentals.
And the county would absolutely not allow it either.
It's that one that we,
It's all about the building materials and all this.
that one that we did, but they just couldn't rent it in the winter.
You can like live there, you just can't short-term rent.
Because those people don't understand that it might be going, like,
Yeah.
and we did that like a couple of years before this, those folks wanted to build.
They building tiny houses or something. What was that one project?
But yeah, it's,
Yeah. Okay, it sounds like Amy, there's not direction to put it on a future agenda item. Thanks for bringing it up. All right, any other open discussion or future agenda
I
item?
do have some.
Okay, Ron?
Recently, CDOT canceled all the cameras on Red Mountain, Morris, Coal Bank.
Yeah.
I would like to see the town, emergency services, the sheriff, the ambulance, fire department, town and the county, send a letter to CDOT stating we'd like those cameras back because it certainly help if you're gonna go to Durango,
Oh, yeah,
see
absolutely.
what the roads look.
When did they do that?
Yeah.
I saw that email here.
We just did that probably in the last 2-3 weeks.
Yeah.
Because their contract with doing it expired or they didn't renew it or something. But I don't know if you use that at all, Tyler.
we do.
I love one.
Yeah.
And I'd like to see, I think as a rural community like Silverton, they're ignoring us.
How does the staff feel about directing staff, or how does the board feel about directing staff to draft a letter? Yes, you're saying you.
Can I draft it?
You wanna draft a letter, Joe? You got a whole list of letters to write. ChatGPT, baby, it's your potential.
There is an article in the Durango Herald. They're currently planning to replace them. They're doing a replacement project. That's what they're doing.
Take a year.
It's 2 to 3 years, right? Oh, well, we could write a letter that says they need to move faster than that.
Yeah.
It can't take 2 years. That's ridiculous.
Is it,
It can't take that long to replace a camera.
Take on ourselves as far as paying.
That's insane.
How many people died there?
Free camera. Isn't it just 3 cameras?
Yeah, there's
3 in our jurisdiction.
there's Molis, Coal Bank, Red
There's like
Mountain.
6. I think that the number of acts. Oh, not in San Juan.
There's the road.
It's San Juan County.
This one's on. This is,
There's only like, they've limited them now, but not as many.
right. Yes, this is the one.
I'm gonna get this spectate.
Would you guys be agreeable to having a letter written?
yeah.
Yes, I think that's a great
Yeah.
idea, Ron.
With the county, like, can we get it signed off on by the various entities?
So it's like.
Yep. They're just like use.
Great, thanks, Ron. Good use of open discussion.
I've got some other questions too, and I would like really brief answers so we get out of here. Okay. On the new houses we're putting in, we've got a foundation that's just been sitting there for a while. What's the status on that? And that may be for Clayton.
That's a Ann question.
What's that?
That would be an Ann question.
Can you give me a more specific question?
Next to Christensen's house.
You wanna know the timing, when's?
I want to know what's going on with it. Yeah, it's sitting there and we've set the ones next to it, but are we gonna set that one or what's going on with it? I'm hearing all kinds of stories.
They're planned to be set on the 26th
Okay,
of the month.
okay, thank you. How about Silverton Square? What's going on with that?
I did have a request for Clayton, if we could maybe get an update in a future meeting on
It's a good one.
Silverton Square,
I have a meeting with
pending litigation.
Nick, the attorney on that, lead attorney on that on the 15th.
And maybe we should,
It's-
maybe we should just wait to discuss anything.
Yeah.
I want to be sensitive to any sort of public information.
There we go.
Yeah. So Clayton, can we request an executive session for an update on that litigation?
Yes, I think the next meeting would be a good time for that.
Okay,
Great, thank you.
next question. Do we have to publish election results in the paper
Election results for
for the 8th Street Improvement District?
oh, what?
I think they were.
I
The,
didn't see it.
the,
Maybe they
the improvement district?
Yes, those were published.
were published.
Mm-hmm.
You wouldn't have known what date that was, do you?
Not off the top of my head, no.
Go to the stack of paper.
It's online.
Did we have an insurance audit last year for the
Like
town?
Sursa? Like
Like-
Sursa liability insurance?
Yes.
I think we did.
I don't remember if we did.
We'll follow up.
We had an issue with our payroll, which is what the executive session
Right.
is
We'll
about.
come around and check up buildings and make sure
Yeah, seriously, yeah, seriously.
we did do that.
I'm sorry, ask the question one more time.
Did we have an insurance audit last year?
Yes, yeah, they come up every year.
And the results were good?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. Did we ever get the problem solved with not charging county residents for trash?
No.
Still working on that?
Yeah.
Okay, we've got a couple of apartment complexes coming in on Green Street now. Got two questions on that. Do we need to look at off-street parking for some of those? Because Main Street's gonna start getting full with some of these apartments that are going in. Think, I would like to look at that. And my second question is, when they do that, do they have to set some money aside for affordable housing?
Which apartments?
I understand the livery, and there's possibly one couple doors down from there.
I think those are all in pretty early stages. I don't know how long that's gonna be before those are.
Do off-street parking, we need to get on that.
I know in the past, we have required, through the planning commission, we have required parking, designated parking, and correct me if I'm wrong. But I know that we have. And I know at least in the county with, I'm gonna get his name wrong, with Schwartz.
Oh, yeah.
Did require certain verbiage for affordable housing or some dollar amount going.
Well, that was but that was for a subdivision. When you do the subdivision, you have to do a 10% fee in lieu.
So there's
But
some
I don't
verbiage there.
think, but that wouldn't apply because it's not a subdivision.
I can answer this question if you'd like.
Yeah.
We don't require off-street parking. We have standards for it if people opt into it voluntarily. And we do not require affordable housing with multi-unit dwellings.
So I.
Maybe if they dedicate some to affordable housing, they could get a short-term rental.
Go.
Also, let me start for just a second. Some of the county residents that have gone to the transfer station and have been told to come in to get a tag have.
Good.
But I don't think that is being enforced at the transfer station as much as it should. But that's also because the employees out there are not our employees. And
Which will be changed.
which should be addressed
People.
soon, once we complete this project out there. And so once we have some more resources out there, I think that'll get a little bit easier. But some of them do. Some of the county residents do.
Making progress.
Yeah, I mean, we can't make Cascade pay for trash here. Trash service from Durango. And so we can't really collect from them.
To be dealt with more at point of service, which we'll be getting point of service.
Which, yeah, we're those projects are happening.
There's these apartments to get off-street parking? Yes or no?
We could amend, well, that's a land use code, it's in the land use code. Best practice is to, a lot of people believe that you shouldn't require off-street parking because it limits density and development. I'm not sure if that's like if that's in the statutes, I would have to look into that, but I can look into that.
Okay, thank you. I'm done.
Thanks, Ron.
Questions?
Thanks, Ron. Any other
Questions?
questions, good stuff, couple action items for staff? Thank you, staff. Any other open discussion, future agenda items? Okay, I'm moving us on. We are gonna take a 10-minute break. 5 minute break.
Want to make it shorter breaks so we can leave soon?
We're gonna take a 5-minute break. Let's reconvene at
45.
9:45.
We do public comment?
We just need to do your show.
At the end,
2 hours.
when we reopen.
Oh.
All right.
We'll take 5-minute nap.
On my very brief research, like we are limited by statute, we cannot, of course.
Well, their defense was just offensive line as of what? Really? Yeah, I mean, just obliterated.
My
We're
phone
not
was
muted.
dead before halftime.
Man, ours went to.
Maximums.
Do you guys want to be muted right now?
We gotta end it publicly and then I gotta get us offline and then get us on.
Okay, for those who have still stuck with us, we're going to do an executive session here shortly, but first we would like to open it up for public comment. There's no more in-person public comment, but if you stuck with us for this whole time and you'd like to make a public comment, please click the raise hand button and we'll promote you to panelist. Okay, seeing none, we'll close public comment. We have just a few minutes and I will entertain a motion to enter executive session.
So moved.
For online, please log off, otherwise I have to kick you out of the.
Yes, thank you. If you are still on Zoom and you've walked away,
Steve.
thank you for being here. We appreciate your public engagement. Amy, did you have a question?
Oh, I was just gonna say so moved.
Oh, well, I haven't done it yet. Sorry. Okay,
I was getting ready.
are you ready? All right. According to section 24-64024F CRS personnel matters, employee grievance related to ADP, I would entertain a motion to go into executive session.
So moved.
Second.
Third.
What?
Are you okay?
Different than it was before.
You can wait a minute. All in favor? Aye. We have everyone in favor. And then we'll wait for you to turn on the recorder.